Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. Happy Halloween too. Hopefully, everybody had lots of good candy or gave out lots of good candy. That would be the case here. All 9 bags of it. Not kidding. All 9 bags. Took 4.5 hours or so, but all goodies distributed there. What we're gonna do tonight is we're gonna finish off all the Army of the Dead dudes that we didn't get to finish off weeks and weeks ago. I think it was August or something like that when I was first doing these guys from Papel 3D. Because, well, every stream I tried to do, there was something weird and wacky, generally weather-wise, that messed that up. So Landras looking great there with the costume. Glad I wasn't the only one with doing the costume thing. Well, actually, just about every adult in the neighborhood was here, which was kind of cool because people are walking around with their kids and they actually were dressed up too. So we're gonna do the same thing. We got all the fluoro stuff out here. Oh, where did that go? Here it is. I mean, it's only appropriate, right? Landras, we did this here last night. We're gonna literally use these same colors that we were using last night on all of these guys. Because guess what? They're also Oathbreakers. We used the fluoros on this. Again, we're gonna continue here. More of our Army of the Dead. We got more of them here. Yeah, these are from Papel 3D. We did that whole Urukai army. Oh man, Landrest, I'll have to send you. I think I sent you some of the flats. Been printing out even more of these here. So this is a new one. Ah, there we go. There's one we haven't printed yet. There's a new one. Check this out, man. It did a really nifty job on this. It did a good one for our Easterlings as well. So yeah, we got all kinds of fun stuff here now. Our tarot deck keeps growing. I've got Isengard, Ruin, some Urukai. Oh, and Umbar. Yeah, I got that downstairs as well. So great to see you there, Armored Wolf. Again, everything was looking great. I wasn't sure if, the cats were trying to claw out your eyes while you were putting that stuff on them, or if the cats just kind of accepted that as their fate and just went along with the program and they'll just eat you later. How you doing there, Mr. Cheshire? Happy Halloween. And again, well, you can kind of see I think this is all Papel 3D stuff here. Yeah. There's the Urukai, there's more Army of the Dead, and then there's some dwarves right there. Them are all magnetized. That makes a lot of sense, right, Armored Wolf? It is appropriate for sure. So yeah, I know that you're probably setting down maybe. Let's see, what is it now? So it's 8:40. Well, I'm guessing there's not too many more trick-or-treaters showing up now that it's 8:43 there. They would have been still showing up here. It's just it just happened to start raining at that time. It was kind of like, okay, this is last call. Thanks, Landras. Appreciate that. So Landras, hopefully they had a blast. It sure seems like they did. So that was very cool going out there with them, joining them in vagrancy and begging for candy. That's what you gotta do sometimes, right? So great to see you there, Mr. Cheshire. Hopefully your Halloween was also fabulous. Again, there's nothing super fancy here what we're doing. I mean, this is pretty much just gonna be. I might also move this down a little bit here because I was trying to film a video. Sorry that I never got to film I did film part of it. I did not get to finish that first Vehicles Workshop, first episode of the new Vehicles Workshop series. I will try to finish that after the stream so that I can get that put up overnight for tomorrow. Well, yeah, it's still today. That would be tomorrow. That's fantastic, Landrast. Thank you so much, Hawk. Appreciate that. So, Aragorn's looking for you, right? He's like, yeah. He wants to meet us at the Rock, whatever. He's like, yeah, you guys probably should just did the thing years ago. I think you would be in better shape right now. He's like, look, it wasn't my choice. Let's see what happens on our fabulous Gandalf 6 right here. Oh, okay, that's a good middle of the road roll right there. Thank you so much, Landrast. 10-watt streak. That is worth. Oh, look at that. It's our Army of the Dead juice right there. Super special just for Halloween. There you go. So yeah, Landress, that was real cool. It sure looked like they were having a ton of fun. I'm sure it was kind of fun for you too. It sort of is, right? And again, it was quite the festival in the neighborhood here. It's almost like yet another block party or something. 1 second here. Okay, the phone cord was stuck under the chair wheel, which is not super helpful. So there we go. Yeah, that was the neighbor handing out balloons right there. Now you would think, okay, that's interesting handing out balloons. It turned out to be really helpful because we could see the red balloons, and that way we knew who had already come up to get stuff. Now I would have suggested a more cost-effective method, like I don't know, spray paint or mace or something like that. Actually, mace would have worked really well because you could have heard the screams from far away, and then you would have known what was going on. Oh, thanks, Mr. Cheshire. Appreciate that. Now, Mr. Cheshire, have you seen these things? Here's what we painted last night. Here you go. So thanks, Mr. Cheshire. Appreciate that. We did this one last night. We're literally using the same paint that we used last night. These are the Lord of the Rings flats here. Here's the first one we did last week. So a little bit of Galadriel right there. And I'm making these myself, Mr. Cheshire. And again, I'm hoping that these will eventually be up on the Patreon page, just the files themselves. So if people want to print these things out, we got another Trench Crusade on the way, like this here. So it actually did count that last night, Landtrust. That's pretty cool. Now, again, here's our Lord of the Rings Tarot deck. I just finished this one. Here's the other Dark Queen Galadriel, and I've got tons of these. We've got 2 different Eowyn's. I got a couple of different Morias. This Harad one, still super excited about that. I really love the one for Ruin, and that one just printed. We got our Gandalf, Rivendell, little Arwen there, the Shire. We have our Aragorn, Minas Tirith, Prince Imrahil, Eomer, Theoden, Treebeard. Actually, I've done a different version of this to make it a little bit deeper there. And then here's a little Balrog action right there, Durin's Bane. Now, Mr. Cheshire, I don't know if you saw the... and here, check this out. So we painted the... Where the heck did you go? There you are. So we obviously painted the Kathy tribute fig a whole bunch of times. And I said, well, now that I have this Eldritch Foundry thing, how's about we sculpt new Kathy figs? Now, this obviously is a 72 mil. There's your regular size version of it. So yeah, this is we painted this one up on Wednesday right here, a little special stream for that, and that was really wild. Again, to be able to sculpt brand new figs like that. So yeah, Mr. Cheshire, like that file right there. The goal is, anyways, to have that again, like in a Dropbox folder, something like that, and then I'll just send out the links to the folks on the Patreon page and such, and then they can download those. Are they perfect files? Well, the Eldritch Foundry ones are good. The STLs that I'm doing, you'll have to tweak them a little bit to make them however big or small you want them to be. But, I mean, it's kind of nifty. I just never thought we'd be able to make something like that. And all of this is real recent, Mr. Cheshire. Maybe a month ago. Maybe possibly 8.5 weeks at most. That's how long we've been doing the flats. I don't even know if it's been that long. I don't know if you've seen the multi-scapes we did, the all the spacescape things where we did 4 spacescapes in one stream, and we did that how many times, Landress? 7? Yeah, 7 times. So we've been churning out a lot of stuff, Mr. Cheshire, miniatures, flats, paintings, you name it. And of course, Mr. Cheshire, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat, go ahead, do that. And again, these are all 3D printed from Papel 3D Jeebus. We never painted this guy. I don't remember this pose. Now remember, we did 10 of these guys earlier in the, well, kind of, I guess you could say towards the end of summer, but all the weather craziness meant that the streams got cut short or not at all. So these guys never got painted. I mean, I had prepped, well, obviously 16 of them. We were supposed to, I think, probably do like maybe 8 in one stream and 8 in another, or maybe 10 in, well, like this, 10 and 6. Never got to do the other stream. Now we're going to get a chance to do that. We're just kind of making some variations here, and of course we are using mostly the alkyds. We're even using, look at this, Mr. Cheshire, fluorescent alkyd oil paints. Yes, they're alkyds. I didn't have to add alkyd medium to them. It's from Paul Rubens. Yeah, Paul Rubens. You can get those on Amazon. Now, I would suggest waiting until they. It's either like a Prime Day sale or what is that, Black Friday coming up, because it tends to drop down to about 63 bucks for 38 colors, and they're 50 ml tubes. They're big tubes. So yeah, definitely don't get them when they're more than 80. I think I've seen them as much as 90 or something like that, but just kind of put them in your Amazon cart and then let Amazon fill you in. It's like, okay, hey, they're on sale. They're 20%, 30% off, whatever. And ideally, you wait till that kind of like a Prime Day or something, because man, then they're dirt cheap. I think the first time I saw them at that price, of course, we were at Adepticon, so I couldn't get them because they would have shown up while I was away, so that wasn't going to work. And then, of course, the day I got back, that sale ended because reasons. Then there was another Prime Day or something like that. I got a batch of the 38. And then the last Prime Day, I got another batch of 38. Not so much for me, but I'm going to be using them for the Adepticon class. So yeah, I was trying to kind of compile some raw materials for the Adepticon class. Let me try this some more. Yeah, let me try this some more here. Now let's swing around, start making some of these a bit lighter, shall we? So again, Landrest, I'm glad that you could have some fun today. I have to say it was almost like the block party again. That was some pretty fun stuff. Just hearing, lots of people talking, having fun, and everything. I mean, it's supposed to. That's kind of what it's supposed to be about, right? Is having fun. Might as well have some fun while you're at it. We're going to have some fun here doing our dry brushy stuff. So, Mr. Cheshire, what kind of stuff have you been working on? I know that the streams have been, well, like this is a later one. Actually, the Kathy stream was, considering how the streams have been lately, absurdly early. I think I started that about 9:30. Now, again, I'm hoping that maybe in the future, maybe the Friday streams could be somewhat earlier. I know about 9:30, but maybe not quite midnight like they have been. And again, I apologize for the streams being super late. You know what? We need to get more of our lighter green on that. Yeah. Well, let's do that. And again, this is where we're heading. You can see that we have warmer and cooler colors there. You can also see we've got the rustin and such in there too. We'll be doing that as well. Yeah, Mr. Cheshire, it's been a very spicy year. I know that there's probably a stronger metaphor for it, right, Mr. Cheshire? A more colorful metaphor. I'm sure most of the colorful metaphors would probably maybe contain the same four letters. Probably. Let's continue this here. I don't know if you saw that first Army Showcase vid. These guys are actually going to be the topic for the next Army Showcase vid because, well, the as far as the terrain goes, it involves the least amount of painting since it's just a giant blob. Now again, there's like all the rocks and everything around it, but it's still fairly simple, and it's all going to be lit by some greenish lights anyway. So when I sent people just some test photos of it, they thought it had all been painted. It was just black. It was literally just the black PLA. Actually, Landrest, I gotta look and see if I might have to get another batch of 10 from Elegoo. I haven't printed anything on the FDM, and ooh, gee whiz, probably almost. I don't know if it's been a month, but it's been weeks now. Never got a chance to clean that stupid LiDAR sensor. That ain't gonna happen tonight either. It ain't gonna happen tomorrow. It might happen Sunday. But I gotta get. Oh, let's see. Well, I think you heard me last night saying that Conquest Creations is doing all the kind of the interior stuff for Isengard, all of the Orc Factory stuff. Even literally, like I guess the mud pit where they make, in like in the movies, you see the Uruks being born out of the mud there. Hey there, Velfera, how you doing? Actually, Velfera, one of the reasons there's been no time is because it cranks these out about every 20 minutes or so. Four more of these. Now, as you can see, there's a bit of a size difference here. So my last couple of batches were a little bit smaller than I wanted them to be. I'm still kind of redoing these. So I'm actually doing these with a greater height on them. So yeah, I'm kind of redoing them all. So this first batch of stuff, all the new ones are going to be that size. So I'm literally actually I got to buy me. Oh, and thanks, Mr. Cheshire, because those funds, well, they're going to go to buy resin tonight because I'm almost out of resin. I've been printing so many of these darn things. Now it's deceptive because they don't use very much. But when you printed out dozens of them like I have, next thing you know, you're like, wow, yeah, that vat's almost empty. Well, we'll just grab this, empty jar of resin. So, yes, real resin works much better than imaginary resin, right, Velfera? This is pretty wild to see this, right, Velfera? Oh, hey, Velfera, we'll do a film noir on this later on. When you want to do one, it's still even after farther in, it still made a big difference. I think. I still think it made a difference there. Actually, Valfera. Oh, this is the other thing I was doing, Valfera. I wish I'll try to send you a picture of it. I was trying to work on that frame that we were talking about. Now, of course, GPT was massively useless in creating the STL. It didn't even create a height map because it didn't understand what I wanted for the height map. It couldn't understand the concept of a shadow box. So what I basically did was I kind of made the top, like the decorative part of it, and then it sort of, for whatever reason, it made like the bottom section. And what I'll have to do is maybe go into, oh gosh, what the heck is that called? 3D Builder or something like that, just a generic Windows thing, and see maybe if I can put those together. So we'll see if I can manage that. I'm tempted after this actually to go with our rusty stuff. I might just do that. Well, it would be the darker rust. It would be like the umbar mixed with the Terra Rosa. Oh, I also have the Indian red. Yeah, Landress, that Indian red makes a really good kind of first rust color, if you want to call it that. Now, Valfira, 11 hours from now, Valfira. You know what's going on 11 hours from now. Are you ready? First time since 1941, Valfira. So, Mr. Cheshire, unfortunately, Soraya, they got rid of the navy gray version, but it's still the version 2. It's the Soraya Simple. They call it water washable. It is not water washable. I'm using I'm back to using 91% rubbing alcohol on it, or 90% rubbing alcohol on it. Yeah, water is most definitely not enough to clean it. But it is, yeah, the Soraya Simple Gray version 2. Yeah, Valfira, Neyland Stadium is going to be, well, at least initially, Valfira, Neyland Stadium is going to be rocking. We'll see how that goes. I think that game has kind of like Penn State. The whiteout hasn't gone too well the last few times around. So now Valfira, the last I heard today was that Arch Manning is going to be playing in that game. I guess he cleared that concussion protocol. All right, is that okay? That is all. So we got 6 of these guys. We're going to stroll back around to this guy and maybe go even lighter here with some of the fluoro green. It's a simple dry brush. It's all it is. Doesn't get any simpler than this. Super simple dry brushy stuff here. Boy, Valfira, super excited about that. I mean, that would be if well, we don't want to get too far ahead. I got to look at the schedule of Valfira to see who else could potentially, who's in front of them, lose. Because if they win that game, I would imagine that they're probably tied with Bama at the top of the conference. And I think, well, you saw what happened at LSU, right, Valfira? Yeah. And it kind of funny, Velvet, and Vandy had a hand in that. Yeah, how many times has Vandy gotten coaches fired, Valfira? Except when it was a Vandy coach. I have a feeling, Valfira, they may not have too many designed runs for him in that game. Because, like you said, all it takes is one more bell ringing, and that's pretty much it. He may not play again this whole season. And Valfira, there was another. Of course, the advertisement got messed up because he literally put a commercial over the advertisement. But there was a new Fansville commercial. There were still no players. Yeah, there was no player featured in the Fansville. So the Fansville curse is real. We called it here. We called it here first on the Wappleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Look at that. The APCC swamped and still at the top of the standings. The Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, 10,000 teams, 0 academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open. As long as you got a jersey and a helmet, you can switch sidelines between plays. The halftime adjustments are where the coaches switch sidelines. They just literally changed teams at halftime. That's your portal era, right, Velfira? Okay, I think we're 3 dudes into this. Yeah, I don't remember this pose at all. Now, who knows? I probably painted one of this pose, but I just don't remember. He also does have the well, basically the cavalry versions of Army of the Dead. Yeah, let's roll this here. So that's a couple of the big new things there. Mr. Cheshire is doing the flats. And I think you saw the FDM printed busts where you hiding. So that's been another new thing is, yeah, all of these really giant busts here, they're all printed in FDM. So Velfira, I'm hoping that I can print out these frames like I was saying last night on the FDM printer. It's fairly simple. It's just like a wooden frame, but it's kind of like you've got the Lord of the Rings, the ring, the elven writing on it that's inscribed. It's kind of like it's carved into the wood there. Yeah, let's put some of that over here. And yeah, I think the first thing we will do, darker glazy wise, is gonna be. I think we're gonna do our darker rust first. At first, I was thinking, well, we'll do our phthalo, unless maybe we should do the phthalo green first. Let's see. Well, we'll have to decide pretty soon because there's just one more of these to do this lighter, dry brushy stuff on. That's, I might. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll do some of our darker green. Then we'll get into the darker brown, rusty stuff. Yeah, we're just adjusting some of this lighter stuff over the top here. 27 minutes ago, all 6 of these were just, well, dark green primer. It happens quick, right, Velfira? It happens super quick. Let me do this here. Something like this. I wonder. Whoops, that might be a little too light there. Yeah, fine. Let me get a little bit of the yellow in there. Which at this point almost looks a little bit greenish. While this is all a dry brush, it's a dry brush kind of motion, but all of this stuff is mixing wet into wet. It's, as we call it, the wettest dry brush ever. Now, Velfira, it was they started at 4 pronto, and it kept going till 8:30, and it probably would have kept going if it wasn't for that rain kind of started there a little bit. It wasn't much. It just kind of picked up a bunch right there at 8:30, and I think that just the last few stragglers, because most people were out of candy, Velfare. I was one of the few people that still had some, and that's only because I got those 9 bags. Yeah, I used all 9. There's like one lifesaver sitting on the floor or something. That's all that's left. Everything else is gone. Yeah, it was like somebody came in and it's like the the Corsairs of Umbar came to the neighborhood, Velfera. Ah, that's fantastic, Velfera. That is I mean, what you have to be able, the adults have to be able to enjoy this day too, right, Velfira? And that's how we get to. So yeah, the next door neighbor, the theme was clowns, and she was handing out those balloons. And she also had like an animatronic clown thing. And there was a couple of people. There was some adults that got a little bit spooked by that. For me, I went with the Boromir costume first of all because I could not find any of my leather bracers. I couldn't the leather armor I have. I just couldn't. It had kind of I don't know if it warped or something like that, but yeah, I just could not get that around me. I think because I didn't have it kind of in the closet, hanging up like I usually had it. So I just kind of grabbed my elven cloak and the horn of Gondor. I even had got, I had actually had a blue face paint. I was gonna go again, full kind of full Celtic there, but that did not work this year. And yeah, Velfair, we still have to do the autocorrect monster. We'll still try to make, and again, I think like a super heavy bas relief of him, like really, 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 really heavy. Now again, if you are unjustly attacked, speaking of Halloween, there you go, Landrast. There's your autocorrect monster. There's your buddy right there. Get a little look-see at him close up and personal. All right, now it is time to get to some of the darker glazy stuff. Now, do we just kind of do all the same phthalo green sort of indigo mix, or do we try some warmer stuff? I might try a little bit of each here. So, well, first let me just try to get some of the paint out of that brush, and now we'll grab something that we can, maybe this guy here. All right, fine, whatever. Now, what is in here? Okay, I think we can use this. Yeah, we can use this one. Phthalo green, indigo. Where'd our thinner go? And this is, boy, Camda's missing out here, Valfir. Look, we're mixing paint. This is Camda's favorite part of the stream right here. So we're breaking all this stuff down best as we can here. Breaking it all down. Now I can start to see some of the green in that. So it's going to be very much a bluish, a dark bluish green here. Where's my little, there you are. Okay, that was not supposed to spill out of there. Let me get this here, because that's going to migrate places, we know, right, with our pin line washes. And that's what we're going to do here, some pin line washy type stuff. It's almost like Cam does here, right? Valfera just got hit by the autocorrect monster. I think that's pretty much how Camda gets greeted most times. Again, we're just doing a little bit here and there. We're not going too bonkers with this. Hey there, see, we just conjured a Camda. Or was it a Hamda? Did we just conjure a Hamda? How you doing there, Camda? Camda, if you want to share stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Happy Halloween there. Hopefully the little kitties had lots of fun. And Camda, I think I might have sent you all of the most recent designs. Although they're coming so fast and furious, Camda, I can't remember, if I've sent the new ones to everybody, because it's just like every 5 minutes is a new one. Essentially, if I'm okay, when I'm editing videos and I need, okay, it's loading something up or whatever, I'll like line up another GPT thing, or I'm doing the images that I need for the videos. Yeah, there's a Hamda in the house. There's a Hamda in the house. So yeah, Camda, you want to share stuff in the chat? Please go right ahead. Ah, that's great, Camda, because yeah, it sounds like you had the whole Boy Scout model be prepared and you were ready to go in case weather was not going to be in your flavor there. Now, it was nowhere near as windy as last year. It was still a bit on the frosty side. It was basically about 50 degrees. And then, once that sun went down, then it got down into the 40s. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just posted. Yeah, not quite like the 40s you're probably having down there. Yeah, that's a little bit 40s in the opposite direction, right, Camda? Our 40s are not your 40s. So again, just doing here some of our green, little bit pin line washy stuff there. And then, like I was showing you with the other ones that we already painted, we'll be coming back with some mid-tones and some other things too. I think after this, I'll see if we can get away with doing the first round of the darker rust. We'll see if we can do that again, pin line wash style. Two more to do with this. Don't want to do too much of that on that shit because that's where I would really like some of that rusty stuff to go, or corrosion, or whatevs. One of those things. We'll try to do the glowing eyes also. I mean, we did it on this flat. We might as well do it on the guys too. So here was our. You can see on the King of the Dead, right? Warmer greens, cooler greens. It's just like what we had again on that flat. Same exact idea, same concept. So again, everybody, please check out that link that Camden just shared. Fine, I'll hit the sword with this again. That's mostly just going to be our darker kind of weathering type color. So one more of these right here. Yeah, with our darker green on it. There we are. Bingo. Although I have to say, I think now I might just have that image to STL. I think we've kind of got it figured out now. And these newest versions of the flats that I'm making, again, I have to go back and redo all of those early ones with these new parameters. Then we'll try to get all, then they'll have to be all renamed, because when it does the STL in that was it image to STL.com, it doesn't really give it a name at all. Alright, I think we have done, yeah, we did this on all of them, so that goes to the side now. And now we'll start thinking about doing our kind of like our darker rusty stuff, which would be this. Maybe some of the umbar over here. Let's respect the umbar. Where's that? Oh, wait a minute, Camden. I forgot to do that. Let's get that. Yeah. If we don't get this on all of our alkids here, they're gonna be they'll be gummy bears. All right, Camden. They'll all be gummy bears. I'm gonna get me some more of that. Again, just a dropper bottle with the thinner in it. That's all it is. Now we're just trying to break this all down. And then that is going to go on here. If it mixes in with our green, so much the better. I don't care. Boom, there we are. Mostly, again, thinking where there is our armor here. Let's do that on his chest right there. So again, these are from Papel 3D. We've done several rounds of Army of the Dead. Printing goes ever on. Medbury. Oh, Highland Miniatures. Yes, Highlands Miniatures. We did a batch of those. Actually, Landress, is this the second release by Highland Miniatures of the Chaos Dwarves, or is this the first Chaos Dwarf release? Because I was just about to, shall we say, modify my membership there, and then I saw big hats, and I said, well, I guess we need to hang on to the Highland Miniatures this month. Lost Kingdoms and Archvillain went off to the side this month because, well, for whatever reason, they both decided to do kind of like a pygmy type thing. Oh, thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Look at that, Camda. It's a one-man hype train, Camda. Look at that. Yes, indeed, a one-man hype train. Here we go. Boom, there it is. It's coming right at you. Look out, look out, look out, look out. There it is. There goes that hype train. Or is it a hypno train? Is it a hypno train, Camda? There it is. Hype train, hype train. Where's our other one here? Ah, there it is. Hype train. Ooh, we gotta make a flat of this, Camda. Yeah, we gotta make a flat of this thing. What's weird though is that this is going to be raised, right? This is going to be like super high, and the train is going to be, I don't know, that's going to be really weird. But thank you so much, Camda. Appreciate that. Okay, here we are. Let's grab this one right here. So thanks, Camda. That is super, super helpful. Yeah, I had to kind of power back a couple of the memberships there, especially since they just, much as it is good to have the long stay miniatures, which are usually ones I don't have. Ironically enough, I think Landrest, I've stayed with these guys for so long, the long stay gifts or whatever, the loyalty things, I already have them because I've been with them that long. So yeah, Camda hams it up with the many gift subs there. So thanks, Camda, appreciate that. So nice to see you there, Arta Michael. Why don't you post stuff in chat like usual? Everybody go check out this nifty stuff that Arta Michael's gonna post. And Camda, you already posted your stuff too, right? I think you did. If not, please go ahead and post that, of course. Don't want to miss out on that. And Artemichael, hopefully, physical therapy still working out. You're feeling better and better. So again, we're just chucking. See, look at that. Just literally one one dot. It's super complex, right, Camden? It is really complex stuff. I mean, this is practically rocket surgery here, right? Boom, there. On the shield here too. Yeah, let's get the shield there and let it just kind of go where it's gonna go. It's gonna do what it's gonna do. Just let it do it. Up here on his helmet. Well, the hair, I guess if you want to call it that. Let me gather up a little more of this. And bam, there you go, into our rusty stuff there. Yeah, I'm going to hit that hair some more. Just for whatever. Rusty hair. So everybody check out that 2D commission that Art Michael just posted. Yeah, congrats on getting that. I know, Art Michael, that you want to get as many of those done as possible. Whoops, this way. Boy, that's got a whole, yeah, that was a big old blob of paint in there. I'm like, that's some pretty strong stuff. Okay, there we go. Now it's starting to subside a little bit. There we go. Is this our, nope, we still got one more. We're doing this. Then, I'm gonna get the, and you can see all that rusty stuff in there. So thanks again, Camda. Appreciate that. Really, really do. It makes it makes a big difference. Yeah, you see it right away too. Now I know that there's just a ton of catching up to do there, Michael. So you're just hoping that you can get caught up on all the stuff that, like I said, you just weren't quite able to keep working on some of that stuff. Last one to again. This is our darker rust. The later rust will be mostly our Terra Rosa / Venetian Red / Mars Orange / Terra Rosa. The oxide of many names, right, Camda? Yes, the University of Oxide is very. These guys certainly went to the University of Oxide. They are all pigment red 101. I forget what the heck the pigment number for phthalo green is. Work it into here too. Yep. Oh, and by the way, we're only 49 minutes in, and all 6 of these look like this. I'm not saying that oils are way easier than anything else. I'm just saying, right, Camda? I mean, not sometimes, it all the time feels basically like we're stealing here. I mean, it quite literally feels like stealing. You know what? Maybe we will use this here in phthalo green. Some of our floral here. That's going to be, again, a much bluer green. And that's almost like a little bit of a dry brush right there. And the idea is here where we have kind of the dry brushy stuff that essentially kind of smooths some things out. Caveat here is we can't really be doing that where we've got a lot of glazy stuff. And we're not doing everywhere. Just you can see, look, we kind of pick and choose a few areas there. Yeah, Arda Michael, I know that that is something you've been trying to strategize for many months now, right, Arda Michael? Camden, you'll have to send me a picture of your new of the new paints there. Now, are these ones that you were kind of hoping to run some heavy-duty tests on, or would you say they're more just like to supplement current things that you have? Or are these kind of like, all right, well, we'll see what happens. Like, what was that? What was the? Oh, is that not titanium orange? What was the one you got, Camden? It was the orange. I'm just drawing a blank there. Sorry there, Camden. I know you got it orange. I can't remember. Oh, look at that. See how easy that was? Unless maybe it was titanium orange. Oh, the clear paint. Well, Camden. Now, what brand was that clear paint again? Yeah, if there's something you find with that and you say, hey, look, this effect could be like, mega easier or something like that with the clear paints or something like that, and you say, look, other folks got to know about this. Just say the word, and we'll try to get that, and then we'll try to do something with it, right, Camden? Ah, okay. Well, we can always look around. How you were able to find the Paul Rubens. Maybe we do find a substitute of some kind, even if it's just a raw pigment powder, right, Camden? Which I'm still wondering what the heck that would look like. Just the raw pigment powder for that. So again, what are we doing in here? We're just doing, for all intents and purposes here, just this dry brushy stuff here. Now you can see here some of our glaze that's still kind of again, all of this paint is wet. None of this paint is dry. Some paint has just set, other stuff not so much. I think there's still one more. There is still one more here. Well, Arda Michael, they certainly have those. Actually, Valfira, didn't you send me pictures of the concrete or a video of that concrete printer? Or was that you, Lance? Someone sent me a video of basically a printer that prints houses via concrete. It's kind of, it spits it out almost like a sausage maker. Fine, we'll put some of that dark green up there too. Again, just doing this little bit of dry brushy whatever here. In some cases, the green's gonna mix with that darker rust color. Back up here. Let me get some more of this. Now this, of course, we call it a glaze. There's almost no thinner in this. Phthalo green, what is it? It is a very translucent color. Yeah, it's darker and it's kind of an intense color, but what it also is translucent, which means if we just kind of essentially dry brush this over stuff, well, guess what's gonna happen? It's gonna look like a little bit of like someone put a sheet of film over the top of it. Now, this one. Yeah, let me grab this brush right here. And now we'll start to just do again some of these are, that was actually maybe some of the Naples yellow in there too. Now let's go more to the warmer side of things, which means we'll bring in the Indian yellow. Now that's going to create something that's definitely warmer right there. There is, of course, the what is it? The phthalo green yellow shade. There is such a thing. Wow, I almost forgot, Camda. That next the next vehicles workshop, I was going to use the water washable oils on that because well, we haven't used them in a while. Also, too, we have done 0 vehicle workshop videos with the water washables, so we'll give that a try. Yeah, now Camden, does it just kind of spit out the concrete? Because again, that's what the 3D printer does. It's essentially spitting out concrete, which I think it's like super fast curing, or at least fast sort of curing, so that they can, and they're not necessarily putting it in molds either. So what they're building sort of ends up kind of looking like a clay house or a mud brick house or something, but it's better than nothing. Right, Arda Michael? I mean, you're just like, okay, look, it didn't have to be fancy. I just want something. Since winter is coming, and we ain't talking Game of Thrones, right, Arda Michael? So now we're starting to get some of those warmer greens in here, and we'll keep going lighter too. This is at most a middle tone, if not a dark middle tone. Just that kind of mix here. So again, here's hoping everybody had as much fun on Halloween as they could. Again, Camda, glad that party worked out well despite weather craziness, and glad you were able to do a little bit of spooking and some scaring of the kitties there, Valfira. Now we're starting to use even this thing like it is a bit of a microfilbert here, and gee whiz, we're still not 1 hour in. So essentially, we've gotten from just dark green primer to this on all 6 guys, essentially 10 minutes a figure. Yeah, this is 10 minutes with the oils. Now, granted, we were kind of warmed up because this is what we painted last night, so we were kind of in the same mode, the same genre here. Camda, I mean, potentially, it might have just worked out better. I know the house maybe got a little bit messy there, but who knows? Maybe a bunch of kids running around outside all day long or something like that could have created even a more of a mess. Hey, Vanny Bun, how you doing? So, well, it's not necessarily Halloween anymore, but we'll say Happy Halloween there to all the folks we haven't had a chance to do that with. So, how you doing there, Vanny Bun? Yeah, Erda Michael, what was it? Was it about 6 or 7 months ago? You kind of floated that concept out there, and you're like, yeah, let's not have to do that concept. Ah, that's fantastic, Vanny Bun. So happy Halloween then. Yay. I still get to see that. So yeah, okay, I'm gonna reprint all of the earlier ones this size. So again, a little bit smaller. Or I reprint I don't know which would be, well, I have to redo the earlier ones because I'm changing the layer height or the extrusion height on them. So I kind of want to have, what would you say, more of a control experiment there. It can't just be all different stuff. Like constantly changing the parameters. There's got to be some things that remain the same. So Vandy Bunny, hopefully you had enough candy to last for all of the miscreants and vagrants masquerading as kids going around the neighborhood like we had to here. Yeah, Alberto and on one side and Delilah Minerva on the other side, they ran out of candy. It wasn't even sunset yet. It was like 6:35 or something, and they tapped out because they ran out of candy. Which, of course, meant that I got twice as many people, three times as many people, because yeah, like from across the street they could see me out there, so they all ran across the street because they saw one person out there giving out candy. Eh, here's a tip for all you young players out there: once you see the other neighbors running out of candy, maybe you close up shop too. Instead of being like, "Aha, I did the Boy Scout thing. I was prepared." That's kind of like a convention thing there, Armored Wolf, where the call for volunteers goes out, everybody takes a step backwards, and we're just kind of left standing there going, wait a minute, what happened here? Well, Vanny Bun, I would say, well, just go hide it or something like that, right? Hide it so you forget about it, but then you'll forget about it, and then 4 years from now, you all of a sudden you run across those bags again, and then you'll still end up eating it all, right? It's not like that hasn't happened at 10 different conventions this year, Armored Wolf. That's totally hasn't happened. That's all of them. We're gonna swing back around now. We're gonna try here. Let me get Windsor yellow. Oh, wow, jeez, that gets. It's not a ton lighter, but man, that just got a whole lot warmer. Maybe it is a little bit lighter. Oh no, that is definitely lighter there. I mean, no big deal. No big deal. Again, we're 1 hour in. Yes, we are a grand total. We are at 1 hour 3 minutes. Yeah, Vanny Bunt, you don't wanna set anything aside like I do because there's well again like my two sets of bracers that I can't find, which means I'm gonna have to commission Armored Wolf to do like three sets of bracers so that they can do like one pair in every room. Yeah, and that way hopefully I don't lose them all. Now it is possible that some of them might have actually ended up outside in the garage again because everything was getting moved around with all the floods and stuff. So that is possible. That's where they might be. There was other stuff that I was looking for and then found it as I started to bring in the stuff that didn't have to be out there anymore because we'd already kind of patched holes in the basement and stuff. Look at that. You have Cooler on that side, warmer on that side. And of course, Vanny Bun, if there's stuff you've been working on you want to share in the chat or anything, feel like you can do that, of course. You got the Discord links, the Instas, the Facebooks, the whatevs. Go ahead and chuck that on there. Again, we're getting some of this. And this is nowhere near our latest warm green. We're just, this is still middle tone. We went from dark middle tone to now middle to light. Maybe a little bit of light middle tone here. Man, Vanny Bun, I thought for a second I might actually end up with one bag left. And then all of a sudden there was all these people that just showed up. Now again, maybe they didn't have the option of coming out earlier. Earlier would have been better. They wouldn't have been moisturized quite as much, and it probably would have been even warmer because, well, that whole death orb in the sky thing, that surface tension and all of the other Welsh landiers are combating every day. I'm going to chuck me a little bit more of the fluoro on the floor here. And then that's going to be our cooler green. Yeah, we'll get the warmer stuff on there too. So I got all of these 3D printed. They're all from Papel 3D. And I believe actually our previous sessions, those are on that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we put the previous ones up here. So again, well, we've got Army of the Dead from at least 3 other printers. Kurzlook probably. Printing Goes Ever On. Maybe Medbury, but for sure Highland Miniatures. Those might have been the very first 3D printed Army of the Dead. I don't know if, actually I don't know if Diwali has done Army of the Dead yet. Well, they are doing the Great Beast of Golgoroth, among other things, I believe, for this month. Oh, gosh. Who is doing... Geez, I don't know what Papel 3D is doing. Holy smokes. I don't even know what Papel 3D's release for this month is. Actually, Dandelion in Middle-earth did like an Old Man Willow type of an Ent. I'll try to get that printed out too. Maybe paint that in November, because we only have like 1,200 points of Fangorn Forest. It's not like we don't need 3, 4, 5 more tree men to push that towards 2K. Which, yeah, that's like double Apocalypse sized if you're talking about a 40K equivalent there. No problem there, Velferis. Velfer, I wasn't sure if it was either you maybe or Camda that sent me a video of a house being 3D printed. Basically, it was kind of spitting out concrete, but it wasn't into a mold. It was spitting out the concrete, and it was they were actually just like forming the building with just like this tube of concrete. Obviously, it wasn't the most glorious structure ever. Yeah, it wasn't. It's not gonna go into better homes and gardens or whatever. But when you're just looking for a place that's less cold and damp than, say, the outside, right, Arda Michael, you just say, all right, hey, does it keep those things out? Does it keep warm air in? If the answer is yes, then it is a fantabulous chateau. Yeah, we'll catch some more. Yeah, let's catch a little more light there. And I would have guessed that it's a pretty quick method, right, Valfira? So, I mean, that's another plus that they can just kind of come in. Okay, here's the need. We need this many units or whatever. Let's just make some. Yeah, I don't think they'll care about layer lines, right, Valfira? Yeah, they won't be caring. They won't be complaining about layer lines or support nubs. Okay, fine. Now I might even go one level later with our. Again, that's kind of our more yellowish green up there. We'll start working with some of our bluish greens too. And remember, ultimately, we're going to try to get some glowy things in the eyes too. So they can still do the drywall on inside. That's good. I wasn't sure, Valfira, if while they're 3D printing, they can actually embed the conduit in the. Yeah, that's there you go, Valfira. They embed the all of the conduit in the concrete as they're printing it out. Kind of like how some folks that write Landtrash, you can sort of, especially with the FDM, you can kind of pause the printing, almost embed the LED light string or whatever in there, and then continue printing. And now that is literally embedded, and you've printed around it. It's funny when we were at that Menards, what Wednesday? It was Wednesday morning. I was trying to explain to my sister just how fabulous steel studs were, vastly superior to the 2x4 version of studs. They're straight every single time. They have the conduit holes pre-cut into them. You can carry 10 of them in one hand. Actually, more like 20 or 30 because they weigh very little. And all you need to work with those is just like a tin snips and your screwdriver and some metal screws. Boom, that's all you need. And let's say you got to frame out stuff overhead. It's a whole lot nicer not having a big old 2x4 that's going to fall on you and clunk you on the head. So it even the pipes for your for all your plumbing stuff. That's using the noggin, right, Velfira? That's rocket surgery thinking right there. Yeah, not too much of this more yellowish green here. And of course, Velfira, much like I thought, maybe I was just a little bit too hungry when we said ham dough last night. I read that as coconut, Velfira, instead of conduit. Yeah, I actually read that as coconut. Maybe we're a bit hungry. Yeah, that's a wee spot of fireproofing, right, Camden? Yeah, that's would that be a punk band or something like that, Camden? Again, now we want to make sure that we leave enough value here to do some of our lighter stuff with the cooler greens. We don't need to do all warmer greens here. Let me work in a little more this, yeah. A little more of our lighter yellowish green there. Now, so for the stream tomorrow night, it could be, it might have to be some more of our flats if I can't get the Sauron figure ready to rock and roll. Although it doesn't, oh, that's right, never mind. It doesn't have to be spooky theme because it's not, won't be Halloween anymore. Now, I think last November I think I was still painting things like the, what were those, the fell beasts, I think. Ah, well, there's not even any rebar. That's hilarious, Velfera, because remember I was saying we discovered that the original garage foundation never had any rebar in it, and some parts of it was like an inch and a half thick. And it's like, is it any wonder the whole thing just cracked and fell apart after 60 some odd years? Yeah, there was no saving that garage. It wouldn't have mattered. Could have put a new roof on it. Yeah, that would have been like, well, putting new doors on a burned down house. Actually, Valfera, I was eating the, oh, remember the German chocolate dump cake? Yeah, there's still about half of that left. But we've already had some of that today. Working a little bit more. This now. Some of that over here. Again, this is kind of a warmer green. And reasonably light. Like I said, it's like a light middle tone. It's not a highlight. It looks light. Believe me, we can get way lighter than that. What are we? Are we even? Okay, so we're an hour and 17 minutes in. Yeah, and remember we're gonna get the glowy eyes and stuff. I wonder. I don't know if we can do that quite yet. We might have to wait there. That's pretty incredible there, Valfira. Yeah, that should be getting a little bit of our lighter, kind of yellowish green. Nope, we'll let that be cooler green. We'll stick with just this stuff right here. Now, the other thing about Papel 3D is that he tends to also have bases for each release. You know, like kind of appropriately themed decorative bases, which obviously we normally like to make our own bases. But when it came to, say, the Isengard guys, the dwarves, there was not time to be doing our usual bases. It was nice to just be able to print something else that was good enough. Stick these guys on there and be able to rock and roll. Much as we love our basing, nope, again, leave that for the more bluish type greens. Yep. And yeah, we got 6 of these guys we're working on, which means we're just a little bit over 10 minutes per figure to get to this state. I'm just going to say it now. Oil paints. So probably next two vids will be that another airbrush video with the terrain stuff. Did I bring it downstairs? Oh yeah, I already brought it downstairs. So I'm gonna test out that Green Stuff World liquid mask on the terrain stuff. Now, if anybody knows of any more like generic type stuff, remember the UV stuff that I got on Amazon? I have to remember, Valfira, to look on Amazon tonight and see if there's just any kind of more generically available brush on liquid mask. Because I think that could maybe help with the terrain. I don't know. As far as, well, there's a whole bunch of pieces that got to get cranked out like really fast. And some of these don't necessarily need all of the massive amounts of shading and special painting because they'll just be lit differently. They need some painting on them. So if anybody has any recommendations on Amazon or whatever, not doing micro mark or whatever, only because I would like for it to arrive really fast. And I've actually had a lot of success with some of the stuff we used for our grass tufts and everything. Some of that stuff was just, I got it on Amazon. What were those? The birch seeds or whatever? Yeah, the different colored birch seeds, which actually didn't make too bad of leaves. Veil ferret. So it would primarily be used on, well, terrain and also FDM printed terrain veil ferret. So it would probably have to be fairly rugged stuff. But I think we might want to try, well, as many different things as possible, right, Velfair? That's always a good idea. Just try as much different stuff as possible. All right, here now. Okay, let me move this over here. Now we're starting to wander into some of the lighter, more yellowish green. Now this is almost about as light as we're going to get, at least on some parts of the cloth and whatever here. Because the thing is always, does it come off? And when you take the stuff off, does the paint come with it? And that is always the question. Hey, JD, how you doing? Hetzer's going to Hetz, right, JD? So yeah, we're looking for Amazon because Vallejo stuff will be expensive and it will take a long time to get here. JD, I don't know if you saw the videos where we were using. Oh gosh, what the heck was it called? It's a weird, funky name, but it's that stuff that I got on Amazon, and it's the kind of that the flash curing UV sort of water effect resin type stuff. Obviously they labeled it as a kind of a craft thing, but in some ways we're not really doing stuff that's hugely different than what the craft folks are doing with it. So a little bit of liquid latex for blood effects as a mask. So, and again, the other reason why we're doing Amazon is because, well, I can't get to art stores anymore. So, yeah, art store. Gee whiz, the last time I've been in an art store was, I think, either 2018 or 2019. Which is kind of funny, right, Velfair? Considering what we do, the last time I've actually ever walked into an art store was, well, a little while ago. Let's see. Hey there, Perfect Imperfections. How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Jams Perfect Imperfections a follow. So, Jams, I hope that you're doing well. Nice to see you there, Crafty Cub. We're kind of we're finishing up our Halloween celebrations here. So, Perfect, check this out. So, this is what we painted last night here. This is another one of our flats. It's a Lord of the Rings themed flat. Oh, looks kind of familiar, doesn't it? Thank you so much, Crafty Cub. Appreciate that. It's like, so yeah, Aragorn's looking for you guys. Like, yeah. Meet him at the stupid rock. Meet him at the rock. He's like, if you just would have kept that promise, he's like, don't even, you really do reek of pipeweed. So the dead guys are talking about how I smell. Yeah, follow your nose. What's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 here for Crafty Cub? Oh, look at that. We haven't had one of these in a while. A big Gandalf 6 for Crafty Cub. Here's our other Lord of the Rings themed flat. Little Galadriel there. Now check this out. We've got, as we're calling it, this is our Lord of the Rings tarot deck. Look at this. So we have not one but two different Dark Queen Schmaladriels here. Eowyn. Two different versions of Eowyn. Well, actually, I have two different versions of Moria. This one I just did. I got another one for canned, and also for my Easterling. So this really worked out well. That worked out fabulous. Then we've got a little Gandalf action here. Rivendell. Oh, look, there's Arwen, the Shire, Aragorn, Minas Tirith, Prince Imrahil, Eomer, Theoden, Treebeard, Balrog, Durin's Bane. So, Jams, if you want to share anything in chat, please go right ahead. Now, I think you remember seeing this first Trench Crusade one that we did. Oh, look, we have a new Trench Crusade one here that we're going to be painting up on stream. And here's that Kathy, the brand new Kathy miniature that we painted up on stream on Wednesday. This is the regular size. So this was that halfling rogue named Mel that she played for, God, I think it was actually more like 12, 13 years instead of just a 10. So yeah, a long-time character that she played there, made that with the Eldritch Foundry. Well, and of course then we also have our, we did these I think on last Saturday. Yeah, I think this is last Saturday when we did our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Here's Gollum, here's Gimli. So these were super fun doing those. All that made that all ourselves. So again, Jams, you want to share anything in chat? Like always, go ahead and do that. We're working with the exact same oil paints as that flat you just saw. And by I mean literally the same colors, same paints, everything that we used here, we are using now on the miniatures versions here. Jam, I knew it was a recent one. I knew it was recent, so well, thanks for another raid there, Jams. Of course, appreciate that. And yeah, like always, if you want to share something in that chat, feel like you can do that. 1 hour 28 minutes ago, all 6 of these were just dark green primer. And again, we've been hammering away at 6 of these over the last not even 90 minutes, 88 minutes actually, to be more precise. Yeah, working with regular oil paints here. Yeah, it was really wild working on those Jams, those Lord of the Rings gummy bears. We also have, I don't think we showed off the Sauron here. There's a Sauron for you, and we also have a Galadriel, or Gumladriel as we call this one. We'll still keep working on creating more of those. We're also working on more flats. There's actually 4 more that printed just as I was starting the stream. And there's more designs that I'm going to be creating tonight that haven't even been turned into STLs yet. Let's see some of the new one. Oh, actually, I never did do one for Candish stuff. Okay, so I did the newest one. There was like an Isengard one, or yeah, there was a Sauron one. Then there was an Uruk-hai one. We did the Easterlings. What was one of the other new ones that we did? Oh, and our Umbar. That's right. Yeah, not everywhere with this warmer version of the green. We're going to do our cooler greens there. So mostly phthalo green mixed with our either radiant green or what. Ooh, you know what? While we were waiting, we're going to put our drops of thinner on some of these things because that's worked really well, Camda. I have to say, just chucking those little drops of thinner on there really keeps this stuff from getting all gummy. See what I did there? Gummy bears are better than gummy floros, right, Camda? Yes, gummy bears are fine. Gummy floros are not, because you can't do very much with gummy floros. All of this done with traditional oil paint here, start to finish. No zenithal, none of that. No acrylic. Some outside of primer. That's the only acrylic that's on these. Primer was real simple, a dark green. I took essentially a phthalo green ink, mixed that with the Steinerres black primer. That's it. That's all it is. We've already kind of gotten a little bit of a start on our rust here as well. And these are all 3D printed from Papel 3D. Now, if you check out the YouTube channel and you see the most recent video on there, that Lord of the Rings White Tree diorama, that is 3D printed also from Papel 3D. Nope, don't leave that. Leave that for our cooler greens there. Let's not. You know what that means, Camda? That means we got to show the hasty hobbit. Don't be a hasty hobbit, because then you're gonna have to wear the hasty hat. And while some might think the hasty hat is fashionable, it is a little bit of an embarrassing situation to have to wear the hasty hat. That's how you get to be a hamda there, wearing the hasty hat. Actually, one of the pieces of terrain that Conquest Creations is making for Isengard is that storage room, right, where our intrepid hobbits break in there and find all of the yummy foods. And I'm sure there was a ham or two in there, Camda. I'm sure there was a ham or two. And of course, well, we have to. There might be a stream where we're just painting a bunch of farm animals. It'll be like Farmer Maggot's farm or something like that. Because I got tons of those that I need for our Hobbit terrain. So yeah, there literally might be a stream where we're just painting a bunch of gramineals there. Some chickens, some hogs. I forget whether there's this. Oh yeah, and some cows. Yeah, cows. That might just have to be actually. We might have to get the rest of those hobbits as painted during a November stream, possibly. Because once once Thanksgiving comes along, will then all thoughts turn to Christmas ornaments, and they'll take a couple of forms. Not certainly, we'll be doing some of these right here. Where are you guys hiding? Yeah, we'll be doing some more of these. once it gets to be Christmas time here. Oh, look at that. There's best planet right there. That is Pluto. Ultimately, New Year's Eve, it kind of culminates New Year's Eve where we paint Earth. I think every year on stream, on Christmas Eve, we painted Earth, an ornament of Earth, and essentially wherever we just kind of go around the world celebrating New Year. So let's just say it happens to be New Year's in Melbourne or something like that. We move the globe over to Melbourne and we give everybody a happy New Year, Grand Oracle. So, Grand Oracle, hopefully your Halloween was a good one. We still have some of the appropriate, look at that Halloween themed Army of the Dead juice there. So, Grand Oracle, I think I sent you some of the new images for the flats. At least I think I did. Yeah, and it's, again, we make fun of GPT a lot here for obvious reasons, but I mean, it has been doing pretty well on those flats, creating the initial images of those. So Grand Oracle, I tried making the frames that we were talking about. I was able to make like a design, but GPT could not understand that I wanted a shadow box of it. So what I might have to do is take literally this thin veneer with the texture on it and then stick it on some kind of actual frame, just kind of simple boxy frame or whatever, and some kind of, again, maybe that, whatever it is in Windows, what's that called? 3D Builder or something? That's fantastic, Grand Oracle. Here it was pretty nifty because a lot of folks were doing this as a family. So the moms and dads they were dressed up too. And I've never seen so many adults in a costume at one time that wasn't, say, a convention. Actually, that's what it more felt like. It felt more like a convention because everybody was in costume walking around. So yeah, Grand Oracle. It's been really fun making those, and there's many more that still have to be created. Dunlin, that was the most recent design. I think that's actually been printed out now. All that stuff is kind of sitting on the build plate on the printers down there. We'll get to that after the stream, along with our next. Well, let's see. I think I got about 2/3 of that episode 1 in our new vehicles workshop series yet to film. And we'll be doing a semi pre-glaze on that Grand Oracle. It's just primed gray. I was going to do something different with that, but what I actually was going to try to do was, again, do like a semi pre-glaze. Grand Oracle, I think you'll like it because you don't have to draw things out, and it does give you the flavor of miniature painting still, Grand Oracle. So yeah, just think of it, Grand Oracle, as well, not super glazy. It's more like just smashing on a bunch of paint, wiping some of it away here and there. All right, now we're gonna get to the cooler stuff. We've been going warmer, warmer, warmer. Now we gotta go the opposite way. We're gonna go cooler. Let's do some cooler stuff here. We got this. We got the radiant green. That is very much a cooler green right here. Wow. That is massively cooler. It should manifest right there. Oh, look at that. Yeah. You can see it there. Use a blending brush. Yep, we're using you as a bit of a blending brush there. Yeah, what the heck, we'll throw some of that on the inside of that. After this warmer green, I think we swing back, or this cooler green here, then I think we swing back around to our rusty stuff and maybe kind of get some of the lighter thread, or I think, I think we can get our little, like, glowy things in the eyes, too. I think we'll be able to do that. We're starting to, we're getting a little bit closer to hour 2. Work, yeah, a little bit more of this now. Back to it here. Yeah, on the shield. And then we have to get some of our... Maybe this is easier to see. So see some of that. That's just almost like Naples yellow there. It has nothing to do with our greens or whatever. So we're also going to try and get some of that on there too. Oh, this might be a good candidate here, Velfer. Give me 1 sec here. Give me 1 sec. Let me go a little bit lighter on this. So yeah, 1 second here, Velfer. I think it'll be pretty interesting. Oh, let's get some of that down here. So we're going to kind of jump ahead on this one just a little bit because I think this should be an interesting little lesson here, Velfer, in our film noir. Okay, that is now definitely lighter. Here, let's get that brush refreshed there. Ah, there we are. So what I wanted to do, Velfer, is because I wanted to have maximum impact, right? I wanted to get this to, and I know you're probably about to head off to sleep there, so I want to keep you waiting too long. But just a momento here. All right. So here you can see we got cooler greens, warmer greens, same deal. Oh, a little more of the cooler green right there. All right, all right. Now let's do a little film noir and see what happens here. Well, now it just looks like it's all the exact same shading, right? Because we don't have, oh, what are we at? 10, 5%, 10-ish, about 15, 20%. We're getting 30, 35, getting closer to 50, almost there. Ah, now it's back. And here, let me put you back there. Let's get this one out because we need that one. Now let's do a little film noir on this Velfera. So especially this outer border. It's kind of like cool in the center and then warmer greens in the corners. Let's zoom out. Well, looky there, your outer border just looks like one flat tone and that's it. There's nothing there. Maybe there's a tiny bit of light and dark variation. Otherwise, that's it. Also down here, look at this panel. There's light and dark variation. But as we bring that, look at that. You can see that warm versus cool, right, Aaron? How you doing there, Erity Can Wife? Everybody, please give Erity Can Wife a follow. Let's see. Actually, that's you're gonna have to send me. You have to send me pictures of that, Grand Orca. How you doing there, Latigo? And everybody, again, please give Eric Can Wife a follow. So, Eric, just as we promised, last night we did this. Same exact paint. Now we're doing the miniatures. So yes, the Oathbreaker. Oh, here we got the King of the Darius. We got King Harold and the Herald. There he is. There's the King of the Dead, and there's, oh look, the King of the Dead. So this has been super fun. And again, Arid, if you want to share your Pinterest link in the chat, please go ahead. So here's again some of our other painted flats. So there's a nifty little Galadriel. We did that one a couple weeks ago, and then of course we had a lot of fun doing these almost more Muka inspired themes right there. And here's our Trench Crusade. This is the first one we did. And this is all done with oil paints too. Look at even see the metallic stuff there. And then this is a new one that we'll be doing right there. Everybody check out that link that Eric Kenwife just shared. So again, regular oil paint on these, and we've only been working on all 6 of these for 1 hour 45 minutes, and they're all basically looking like this right here. So thanks again, Eric, for the raid. Appreciate that. Hopefully your Halloween wasn't too bad. Yeah, here, you can see among other things here, the next door neighbor was having some fun there. Though this was an animatronic thing here, that like leapt up, and there was the mask popped off, and that was pretty creepy to look at. So you had more creepy sounds here. They even had lightning projected up on the house. So yeah, I had my Boromir costume on, and well, she was handing out balloons to the kids. I know that both of you guys, Halloween not necessarily your favorite holiday, to say the least, right, Arid? Here it was non-stop vagrants and miscreants in miniature form from 4 until 8:30. Well, technically about 3:30 to almost 8:45. Yeah, they just kept coming and coming and coming. Now, Erin, hopefully there was another beating stream, right? I'm sure it was super fabulous and successful. And again, everybody please give Eric Kenwife a follow. Yeah, actually, Minerva next door. Yeah, well, obviously, they had a little bit of a family tragedy just a matter of weeks ago. Believe it or not, this happened the day before the block party. So let's just say that was not exactly the happiest and jolliest of households, yet for 12 or 14 hours, all they heard was the loud music blasting. That would definitely had to be a very surreal thing for them. It's funny, Arid. I've been saying, turquoise and stuff so often with these colors. We've streamed enough days, Arid. We're using the same color palette, even though you're doing beading and we're painting miniatures here. We're simpatico now. Yeah, we're using the same color palette no matter what medium we're working with. Yeah, that happens. We talked about the Necronomicon, right, Irid? If you are exposed to it long enough, things happen. Yeah, because when I saw that, I was just about to say, well, no, we don't. It would be really nifty to have phthalo turquoise on the palette, but we don't have that out here. But yes, indeed, the Necronomicon has struck, right, Irid? We never did get anything on that. Let me get some lighter greens in here. But again, this is that cooler green here. And because this is oil paint, this is all mixing as we go along here. It's all mixing. And again, if everybody could please give Eric Wave a follow, that would be super sensational. So yeah, I just realized that, tomorrow I can try to, who knows, well, I don't think we'll be able to get to the hobbits prepped for tomorrow and all the farm critters. No problem there, Arid. No problem. It would be very fun to, again, get back to the hobbitses there. Let me hit this. Again, one more. That's our cooler greens, and then we're gonna got one more to do this. Then we're gonna do some of the even lighter, cooler greens, and then we'll do our lighter rust. We got that to do as well, and then we'll have to get some of our greens on here that don't have anything to do with the fluoros or whatever. Also have to get their little glowing eyes on them. We'll probably come back and do, oh, that's another thing we got to do. Yeah, we have to do some of our really dark defining of shapes. Yeah, sharpen up some edges there too. I mean, we're not even 2 hours in. We started on this 1 hour 50 minutes and 34 seconds ago. 6 miniatures. No zenithal or anything like that. Just dark green primer. All the rest has been oil paints here. Some here. A little bit more again of the cooler green now in some areas out here. Boom. Looking forward to a big, big day of college football. Well, later today. And there's going to be some monumental games. I have a feeling there will be more changes in that top 10. Oh, and that's right. It's also it's go time now because yeah, all the rankings are all for the college playoff. There are still surprising teams that actually still have a shot left. They're not the ones you normally hear about. I think as far as the group of 5 goes, Memphis really has the inside track on that. Could be quite the Tennessee playoff. You could have UT, you could have Vandy, you could have Memphis. That would be, yeah, fully 1/4 of the college playoff would be from Tennessee. Back to our much lighter, not over there. This is much lighter, but it's also that cooler green. Now, Grand Oracle, do you have swim meets this weekend to deal with? I'm thinking it's November. There's gonna probably be a whole bunch of swim meets going on. Both for refereeing and participating in. But okay, so we are getting into, shall we say, the postseason. Yeah, hopefully you can take advantage there, Grand Oracle, and sneak in some painting there. Now, yeah, Grand Oracle, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to be able to make the frames because I want them to be again like a shadow box thing, and then on the upper surface is all the writing that you see on the ring. It might end up having a wood grain texture. At first, I didn't really want that, and I thought actually that might be an interesting thing if it had a wood grain texture on it. Yeah, I might go in with the lighter stuff in the eyes next step after this. I might just do that. Darker green down here, or lighter green, sorry. And we'll also have to get some of our lightest stuff, basically the highlights on the armor and such things. that'll probably be one of the last things that we do. And again, we're not even 2 hours in yet. Yeah, let's work that in a little. Something lighter there on that shield. Let's think about some of those scratches and chips and such with our lighter green. We're still not in highlight mode here. This is really, again, a light middle tone. It looks light here only because we've been working pretty hard to make sure we establish a nice set of darks there. Most of your shading really does fall in the middle. As again, that halfway point between light and dark. So if your darkest dark is 10, your lightest light is 1. 1, 2, and 3, those tend to be your lights. 7, 8, 9, those are your darks, which leaves you with, kind of 4 through 7, that's your middle tone. Sometimes middle tones are a little darker. Some middle tones are a little lighter or a lot lighter, as the case may be. Never did get the... Yeah, let's do that down here. Fine, we'll throw a little bit more of this kind of bluish green up here. So all these Army of the Dead here, they're all 3D printed, and that is all from Papel 3D. Something here, yeah, that's good. Okay, work that. Oh yeah, let's make this lighter for sure. Maybe even get some of it on the base, like he's maybe casting some light on the base. And I mean, you can see that goes from that cooler green right into a more yellowish green. All of this stuff is very much wet. So everything that we have going on here is very much wet into wet blending. We are not doing layers. What we're putting on here is not just slightly lighter than what's on there. It's substantially lighter because it's going to mix anyway. Let it do the thing. Let it mix. That's what it's there for. If you're just going to do a whole bunch of layer this on top of this on top of this, you really don't want to think of the oils as a super slow drying acrylic, because then they will dry super slow, because you're going to have a metric ton of paint piled up on that miniature that you do not need. Don't want to pile up paint on that figure. I want to keep that to a minimum. We do, yeah, some of that over here. Yeah, we'll light you up a little. Same deal here. Maybe like he's projecting light onto the floor. I don't know. It's Army of the Dead. It's Dead Men of Dunharrow. Who knows what they're really supposed to look like? Try and catch some of that cooler green, cooler and also lighter green up there. Now we go to our lightest. Right, so we'll grab a little bit more of this. I'm going to bring that into here. Yeah, substantially lighter. Now it's now we're starting to get some highlights going on here. And not too many because we want to come back in with the lightest of our grains and give these guys little glowing eyes because that's super fun. Try and get our little holes in the cloak and such there. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. You do that Army Painter Pledge. Actually, we do have a series on Army of the Dead. Yes, there is one of our Army painting series is on the Army of the Dead. That's one of our earlier ones. One of my recent videos was actually painting backdrops. So if you look at, I think it's the latest Instagram post with that Battlestar Galactica ship. I don't know if it's this one or not. It's one of our recent Battlestar Galactica ships, and actually Monday we'll be painting up another one of these. Yeah, check that out. You will see what the painted backdrop is like and the influence it can have on the miniatures themselves. It looks really interesting to have a painted backdrop for your miniatures when you photograph them, especially if it's kind of themed to the army or whatever you want to call it. Boom. Yeah, let's lighten up you a little bit more. And again, not too much because we want to make sure that our lights in the eyes, well, look like lights. There we are. Got more of this to do here. Yeah, we got that. In we go. More light on this belt, and now that belt really starts to again distinguish itself from the rest of the cloak or whatever here, or robe. Yeah, speaking of cloaks, today I was very glad to have the elven cloak there for the Boromir costume. That was a heck of a lot warmer. Maybe for next year we can make it more of an Aragorn type of an outfit. So Armored Wolf, we would definitely have to do the Boromir bracers though, because Aragorn does take Boromir's bracers right after he, spoiler alert, dies. A very distinct kind of Minas Tirith type of design on them. Actually, Grand Oracle, I just realized I have not done any flats for Numenor yet. So I've been kind of considering what some of the design elements for Numenor would be. And would it just be in that central panel? Would we have, say, Isildur and Elendil? Or would we just, maybe they would be in the bottom panel? Or maybe on either side. Ooh, the Argonath. How in the world could I forget the Argonaut? We've only painted the Argonaut like 4 times in 2D and even ornament form. Where is that? That's around here somewhere. Oh, is that it? No. Where is that Argonaut thing? There it is. Yeah, we gotta do that. I'm not sure how that would look. It would probably actually be a bit like the our Isengard. Which, geez, I haven't done a Barad-dûr one yet. Good grief! And here I'm thinking I'm starting to maybe catch up on all the ones we got to. Nope, there's still more. I never did Barad-dûr. We got lots to do yet. So yeah, Barad-dûr probably will take the same kind of configuration as the Isengard one did, and maybe might have to do one for Arnor as well, maybe Fornost or whatever. Well, we got to do a Mirkwood Forest, right? We have to have all the spiders and everything. Because we don't have a Mirkwood Forest. Still with our... It's kind of a cooler pale green here. More on that shield. Like so. We are going to come back with some of our dark, though, a couple, again, edges that I want to solidify. And then we will get some lighter rust on these guys, too. I never did do the... There we go. We got the kind of holes in the cloth there. I almost forgot these holes in the cloth. We got more and more over here, it looks like. And again, these are all from Papel 3D. We did at least 1 or 2 other streams where we were painting about much. We did a herald and the heralds, so a couple of banner bearers and the king, and what, like 7 other guys too. Fine, we'll lighten up the hand a little bit there too. Drop in some more of our lighter tone here on the sleeve. No, I believe, yes. Well, let's try to do our lightest light in the eyes. Whoops, don't want to do that. That's not going to work too. Let me grab more of this. There we go. I think that's what we want. Now this has to be thinned down, but also not a pin line wash. So it's a little bit of a balance here. Thin enough to flow the way we want, but not so thin that it turns into a pin line wash. What do we have here? That is just about right. That is just about right. And we'll be, again, coming back after this with our some dark, and we'll cut away whatever excess we've got here. Let me do this. So from this angle, let me try here. Get a little bit of the thinner there. Okay, that I think is a little better. All right, next one. Do the same deal. Nice to see you there, Critical Paint Studios. Well, happy belated Halloween. So CPS, hopefully Halloween was fabulous. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. And we are having a lot of fun now that we've got the glowing eyes. Now they're starting to look like the guys who were painting last night. And we had a lot of fun. GPT really did a good job of developing this basically Celtic knotwork that looks like ghosts. So ghost morphs instead of zoomorphs, they were ghost morphs. Yeah, that trying to develop those zoomorphs there, that would have taken hours and hours and hours, and maybe not looked anything as nifty as that. And again, the last time I remember seeing Celtic zoomorphs in the shape of ghosts or whatever, or undead stuff, was never. So it's kind of neat, again, to see images of things that I could just barely even conjure like any sort of image in my head, much less a finished one like, well, our flats here. Actually, this was a picture of my miniature. Yeah, this was based on the actual miniature. So I said, dude, and you can see the icy Lothlorien here, and the look at these, look at that zoomorph right there. Those are some creepy little zoomorphs. So critical paint, I think. Sometimes it's about story, right? So we're painting 6 of these guys, and I think you have to make it to where people can say, you know what? Okay, at the end of this, there's going to be a conclusion. Like, okay, that Oathbreakers thing, or here, Galadriel. This was all start to finish in one stream. So, people they're going to be inclined if the like anything, right? You want to see how it ends. If it's one of those things where, okay, this is, the 27th session painting one of the hairs on the head of the miniature, that might not do it so much. Speaking of keeping viewers, how about being a viewer to Enganes? Enganes, how you doing? Happy Halloween there, Enganes. Enganes, well, you know what you got to do. You got to share stuff in the chat, and everybody's got to give Enganes a follow, because again, Enganes also does the oil paints. And it's really important for you to see other people painting with the oils, because everybody has a kind of their own way of working with stuff, right, Enganes? So thank you so much, Arid. And again, actually, that sounds really good, Arid. That sounds fantastic. I would not mind doing that here, too. Well, especially now that it's frostier. And now it would be to keep warm. When long ago the shower was for kind of cooling down. Now it's like, well, okay, let's be less frozen. Well, let's do that. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Enganes just shared. And everybody please give Enganes a follow. And of course, again, Critical Paint Studios, if you would like to share some stuff there, Discord, Insta links, whatever links you want to share there so folks can see what you're doing and then do the follow thing. Yeah, Critical Paint, that it's kind of a hidden thing. It does not really an obvious kind of thing, but that can make a big difference. Also, the other thing too is, well, I know some folks they kind of want to have their music on and they want to be painting and sort of that sort of thing, but you'll notice I've never had any. And again, I've created a ton of songs myself. I could have unique songs playing here for hours that I just did myself. But again, other people would say, well, I can just crank up my music myself. So sometimes, listening to your own music there, that might be more fun for you and less fun maybe for the folks that are watching. It also sometimes just gets really difficult to actually hear the person when the music really gets a crank in there. We worked it. Okay, not too much with that lighter chipping. Oh, geez, we didn't do anything here on the little tears in the cloth. So yeah, critical paint that goes a long way. Now there's other streamers I know, and this was kind of the way their stream was. It was a little bit more like a three-ring circus. Actually, it was more raucous than a three-ring circus, but that's kind of that was the vibe, and people came there specifically for the circus. And also too, I think finding new stuff, because man, oh man. So Grand Oracle, right? We don't even do the same stuff now that we were doing 2 weeks ago or a week ago. The pace of change here is somewhat rapid now, right, Grand Oracle? Ooh, let me do this here. Also, too, critical paint, even sometimes, well, the time that you're streaming could kind of sway things one way or another. Oh, we're going the other direction. All right. Yes, the only constant is change, right, Grand Oracle? Man, I think of all of the new materials, the new concepts that we've tried. I mean, again, even the fact that the flats 4 weeks ago I'd never painted one in my life, and now we've generated about 30 of them. 30 unique ones, that is. And most likely by this time tomorrow, there'll be at least 2 to 3 more new designs, possibly 4. So what were the ones that we were already mentioning? So Barrador, got to do one for that. Geez, we don't even have a... I need to do a separate Sauron one. So there's 2 right there, Barrador and Sauron. Mirkwood, that's number 3. Still got to do my Candish stuff, that's 4. So there's 4 right there. Critical paint, that is the fun thing, because most folks say, well, why don't you just get it over with and move to Melbourne or Sydney or Brisbane or Toowoomba or somewhere, because at least there you can get to see Aussie rules in person and maybe play some Aussie rules. And then other folks say, nope, if he was to move there, he would just be on Chicago time. Now, I do remember this was a little while ago that I don't even know where I saw this, but Twitch said, well, if you're in the central time zone of the U.S., the optimal time, there's like a little chart and it showed viewership. It basically hinted that starting 8 or 9, especially 9:30 is not a good idea. Wait till after 10. Or start at 10 in the morning, one or the other. It basically said, choose one side of this 12-hour window. Guess which one we chose? Well, there wasn't nothing to choose from. Because what is it here? So it's early yet. It's only 2 a.m. here. Yeah, it's only 2 o'clock in the morning here. Yeah, given the fact that these days, if I'm getting to sleep by 9 a.m. or something like that, that's almost early. Not necessarily ideal, but things just they play out that way, and we roll with it. So that's I wonder. Well, we're going to be coming back in with our darker stuff again to set some edges here, and then it'll be kind of like this here, where we take, we're essentially almost making our own version of Perlene Black, the Phthalo Green. Some of that we say, okay, that went a little bit too far, and we just, like I say, we just carve some of that away. That's all we're doing. Nice and easy. Yeah, critical paint, it kind of depends. I also, too, I know that in the the daytime slot, that's a super popular thing. But if everybody else is streaming at the same time, there's only so many eyeballs out there. Now, of course, if everybody was a beholder, then there would be no problem. I think, yes, Twitch streamers would have lots more viewers if every human was actually a beholder. Now, that might lead to other issues, like mass casualties or something. I don't know, but yeah, that's one way to ensure more viewership for us is more beholders. Oh, look at yeah. You know, I'm gonna put few little somethings on his. That is supposed to be armor there. So therefore, we will do some cuts and scratches and that sort of deal. Now again, that's not an advocating that all humans be turned into beholders or something like that. Let me do some of that here. I guess, let me see. Oh, yeah. Now, if everybody were a Medusa, would that mean that everybody would just turn each other to stone? Sort of like if everybody was a weeping angel, would they all just attack each other? So, I guess I think that was also pointed to by scientists as I think it was something to have to do with like biodiversity. Yes, I think I saw that in a science lab somewhere where they were again advocating for more biodiversity, and they said again, use the example of if everybody was a beholder, that would be a problem, right? Spoon, how you doing? Everybody, please welcome in Spoon Handle. So Spoon, I hope that the stream was super fun. I hope that you had a blast on Halloween here. So Spoon, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Of course, now if you were a beholder, you could not only paint lots of miniatures at once, you could actually prep a bunch of miniatures too. The lack of hands could be a problem, but at least you could see everything. Let me do this here. So again, now that might be a bit of an evolutionary flaw. Do the same here. Then again, we'll get some of our lightest rust back into this. A lot of this stuff is on the helmets, really. That's where we need to come in with some of this darker stuff here. So it's nice to see other anthos. And of course, everybody check out that link that Spoon Handle just shared. And everybody, please give Spoon Handle a follow. So Spoon, were you going to be streaming tonight? Well, this morning. Yeah, more like this morning, right, Spoon Handle? And again, hopefully the stream last night was super fun. I'm sure that it was. So Anthos, great to see you. It's super fun to see these side by side. Yeah, that's kind of fun. That we're gonna have to arrange that on other things too. Again, because like how we painted our Galadriel here, I do have more. Oh, I do have more Dark Queen Schmaladriels that I have to paint. So me, yeah, because then we only have like 4 or 5 Dark Queen Schmaladriels. Clearly, we need more. Thanks, Spoon. I know today I did probably 8 more designs, printed out another 8. We already talked about the next 4 designs that we're going to make for our Middle Earth flats. It's looking like our Middle Earth tarot deck because they just kind of have the look of tarot cards about them. You know what? Let me smidge out a little bit more. Where's our phthalo green here? We're gonna throw, and again, we're using the alkyds here. In this case, the Griffin alkyds, also the Paul Rubens alkyds. Phthalo green, Van Dyke brown. So it's phthalo brown, green shade. Now, since the fluoros that we're using on these are of the Paul Rubens variety, well, these shouldn't take incredibly long to dry. And again, everybody please check out that link that Spoon Handle just posted, and then of course give Spoon Handle a follow. That is, I think that is his hair. Yeah. You know what? We need to get around that socket a little bit more. Okay, are we moving this direction? Yes, we are. So some more darks here to set some edges, and then we'll go back to the even lighter rust because we only have our one thing of rust, one rust application. That was a much darker one. I don't think we're gonna go to our lightest rust application. Maybe a few areas we do. Let's look at some of our other ones. I think we will. I think some of that is the Terra Rosa also with some of the Mars Yellow Deep. So I think we'll do that too. Once again, looking to make that a little bit sharper there. Two hours, 27 minutes ago, these had no paint on them at all. They were just a dark green primer. Oddly enough, phthalo green mixed with black Steiner Res. Right, surface tension, how you doing? Surface tension, I think I sent you a couple of the new designs, didn't I? I think I sent you a few. And of course, surface tension also paints with the oil, so surface tension, why don't you check out the link there so that people can see some of those. Now, of course, surface tension. Did you have to use and enact any of the defensive measures there to protect your Welsh Landian home there from all of the beggars and stuff, all the little miscreants and such that were going to be scouring the neighborhood looking for candy? We had about almost 5 hours worth of them today. I had to break out the Boromir costume. And yes, the Horn of Gondor sounded in Wapelville. Yeah, surface tension. I think I sent you the one for Canned and the one for Ruin. I basically surface. Remember how you used to picture a couple of my Easterling miniatures to create that race car? I actually used some of my Easterling miniatures and the picture of my terrain, and it created that from those pictures. Well, plus a couple other requests for specific kind of patterns and designs on the side panels. What do we do? Let's get these fingers a little more defined here. So she didn't have to use the boiling oil then, surface tension? Well, that's good. That probably would lead to less lawsuits then. Now, the neighbor did have one ingenious idea. She was actually handing out balloons to the kids because, well, her theme for this year was clowns. And you could see these red balloons walking around in the neighborhood, which meant, okay, they don't get to come around again for more candy. Yeah, it was like you were tagging them, kind of like wildlife surface tension. So that when you catch that sea otter again or something like that, you can weigh them and measure them and see how they're doing in their environment. Let me get. Is this the last? I think this is the last one with our darker sound. We'll come back again around with the lighter rust and such. How you doing there, this Mechanic Games? Well, now it's more like Happy Saturday, and it's going to be a fabulously happy Saturday because a huge day of college football is upon us. Anchor down with the Vandy fans. So great to see you, this Mechanic Games. If you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, surface tension. I wasn't really quite sure what was going to happen with the Harad one and the one for Rune. Because believe it or not, it actually had a rougher time creating flats for Isengard or the Urukai than it did for those. And again, we will be painting those up on stream. I think. Oh yeah, no, these are our two Eowyn's. There's another of our Dark Queen Galadriel. Oh, there's a Moria, and there's our fabulous Harad. So again, I wasn't sure what it was going to do with the Oliphants, and it did a really fabulous job. Look at this. Look at this pattern around. I wish I had a texture roller of that. Yeah, I wish I had me a texture roller of that. That'd be pretty sweet. I might have to make a press. I don't know. Maybe printing in a flexible resin, and then yeah, making a press mold for Sculpey with that texture, because well, GPT is not going to be able to make a texture roller. Everybody check out that Instagram post there that This Mechanic Games posted. Please give This Mechanic Games a follow. Alrighty. It is time for some lighter rust. So this is, again, Terra Rosa, Venetian Red, Indian, no, Mars Orange. That's it, Mars Orange. Those would be your varieties of a similar thing. We're breaking this down. Not going to be a super pin line wash kind of thing, but kind of in the neighborhood. See, there you go. A little bit of lighter rust in there. Surface tension, great minds think alike, because we need to do. Actually, I brought up the old painting surface tension. I said, geez, we got to do an Argonath. Also have to do Barad-dûr. We have to do like a Sauron specific one too. We need to do a Black Gate. We need to do a Black Gate. I have to kind of. It's been having a hard time doing the one for Edoras. We need to redo the Edoras one. Oh, geez. Guess what else we haven't done? Speaking of Edoras, we haven't done Helm's Deep surface tension. We have not done the Hornburg. Good grief. That's fantastic, this Mechanic Games. Yeah, next door they gave up. They had 200 balloons. They ran out of them by 6:20 or something like. Actually, earlier than that, it was like 6:15. They ran out of them. And again, the people kept coming till it started raining at after 8:30. So it was wild in Wappleville. So again, there we go. See some lighter rust up there. You know what? Maybe chuck a little bit more of that down here. Yeah, this mechanic games it was pretty neat because for the most part, people were going around the neighborhood as family. You had the vast majority of the adults in costume as well. Surface tension. Oh, and Mirkwood. Yeah, Mirkwood's another one. Surface tension I haven't done yet. Iron Hills. We haven't done Iron Hills. We haven't done the Grey Havens. Misty Mountains. Lonely Mountain. We got to do the Eagles. All right, we have to do the Eagles. And then, Barrow Downs. We haven't done the Barrow Downs. So I think surface tension, we've listed about a dozen that still have to be done. And surface tension, I think I've kind of locked in my settings on that image to stl.com. I think now we're pretty well set. I'm actually going to have to reprint some of the old ones to kind of match the newer ones that we're doing. Now, and then I think, yeah, we will go one more round of even lighter rust. I think we'll do that. That's for sure, Camda. So this mechanic game, some of the kind of the two big developments. First was the Eldritch Foundry, which means basically I have the ability to make new miniatures. I've already made two Wapelius Spellbrush figures, and Wednesday we painted a brand new Kathy figure. So this is Mel, a halfling rogue that she played for at least 10, much as maybe 13 years. Here's the regular size version. Then also, again, all the flats. I don't know if you saw the Aowen bust. I think that was. I don't know if you've seen the. If you check out the Instagrams, you'll see a lot of the stuff that is new here. Camda, the part of it is too. It's kind of a holiday where you don't have to invite like 30 people. Not like Thanksgiving, right? It's not quite like Christmas. We're kind of there's a lot of stress in getting prepared for it. Halloween is kind of a stress-free holiday by comparison. Surface tension, yeah, like again the one thing it keeps trying to do. Okay, so it did a really fantastic one. Oh, look at this surface tension. Again, it's appropriately themed medicine. Look at that. Appropriately themed medicine. So I was asking it to do, yeah, it did a really fantastic Isengard. The only problem is the bottom panel clearly had like Harad tents. The Orokai one, the first one it did, was really fantastic, except at the bottom of it, it had like a Corsairs of Umbar theme. So, and then the same thing with the Corsairs of Umbar. It did this amazing thing with the anchor chains kind of combined with Celtic knotwork. Except, again, there was another little boo-boo that was in there. And then when you say, okay, well, just keep everything exactly the same and just get rid of that, even when you mark it, well, you know what happens, surface tension. I don't have to tell you that. Well, that's fantastic, Camja. Yeah, you have to send me pictures of that. And again, I'm glad that the indoor, well, what would you say, the indoor festivities worked with, again, with all of the weather stuff there. So here today, it was, well, it wasn't as windy as last year, which meant even though it was basically in the 40s, it wasn't quite as cold as last year, which technically I think the temperatures were warmer. Yeah, I think the temperatures were maybe 2 degrees warmer or so last year, but that 40-mile-an-hour wind, look at that. See, that's starting to settle down into some of areas of our shield here. Get the armor over here. Is this the let? No, one more after this. And then we might go one round later on the armor rust. That's how it rolls, right, Camja? Sure enough. Well, yeah, the late stragglers, they got themselves caught in some rain. It didn't last very long, but yeah, that pretty much chased the last of the stragglers away. So we got ourselves a little busted sword there. Get some rusty things going on. Okay, one more with this, and then we'll get to our lightest rust here. That's fantastic surface tension. Of course, Minerva and I from next year, we were talking about our Christmas decorations. Now, Delilah is only into Halloween, does not really like Christmas very much. Like, Halloween is her special thing. Actually, it took two other family members to make her plan happen. Yeah, her mom was actually standing out there on the sidewalk with the candy while I was handing out the balloons, and then her sister-in-law was in the house, like blowing more balloons up and passing those out to her so she could pass those out to the kids. Is that a bracer? I'm not gonna say it's not a bracer. However, we're going to get ourselves some more rusty stuff on this little choppy thing here. Let's work that into here. Ooh, I think yeah, alright. Lighter rust. We got Mars Yellow Deep. That shall be mixed with our Terra Rossa here. And now we done got ourselves our lightest rust color. This is not going to be a pinline wash here. It's thinned down, but not to a pinline wash consistency. Yeah, let's do some of that over here. And now in here. Gonna keep pushing. Gonna keep pushing this around. Now, let's see. We're 2 hours 43 minutes in. We're working on count 'em, 6 Army of the Dead here, which had no paint on them at all. They had the little bit of a primer color mix. Steiner Rose Black, Phthalo Green ink, so basically a dark green primer, and that's all we had. There was no zenithal, there was none of that. We started out with the lighter, kind of a dry brush type of deal. Then we kind of did a semi pinline wash over the top of that. Then we started working in midtones, and again, you can kind of see here, yeah, see warmer greens there, cooler greens out there. And of course, all of those greens means that our rust is going to stand out quite a bit, because now it essentially becomes like a red versus green contrast. Boom, here. Now, I actually did do a couple of Christmas themed flat designs, which for whatever reason GPT kept cutting off the one side, and I must have did 20 different permutations trying to get it to not cut off one side, yet it just kept doing that. There was you'll get a kick out of this surface tension. I think it was either last night or the night before. GPT was so uncooperative. I just basically said, "Forget it." That was my my response. And it may have detected a little bit of just a little bit of aggravation in that. Because yeah, it was one of those things where I was not in the mood to be trifled with to start with, and GPT was doing a lot of trifling. More of our lighter rust in here. More of that over here on that armor. Yeah, I just there. I don't know if you've noticed surface tension that I think I was saying something like, well, how come everything was so easy to start with and it worked fantastic, and now everything is a disaster? And much like the petulant teenager that it is, it kind of put in quotes, well, if we do this, then it won't be a disaster. And I was like, yeah, I was getting talk back from the GPTs there. Yeah, it was trying to give me nonsense. All right, I need some of that lighter rust up in here. Yep, we'll do that. Yeah, okay, that is a bracer. I can see the strap things on there, so we'll treat it as a bracer. That's good to know. Again, got some of our lighter rust in there. Not that's about it for him. That's it for him. I'm thinking there's a meme in there somewhere. Surface tension. There's some kind of an image to be had. Let me do this. Can't put the lighter rust. You know what? Maybe out here too. Also, the blade there. That's got. Yeah, I really don't want to do reflected light on that one. It's supposed to be quite that corroded. It looks like there's one more to do with our essentially latest rust. Then we might also then break out the fast matte white for some super intense highlights. Gotta do those. And then also, oh no, there might be some areas too where we go back with some really dingy greens. Yeah, surface tension, I forgot that was a November thing. For some reason, I was thinking that was an October thing. Yeah, we'll do our bit of lighter rust in there. Yeah, I guess you don't want to use, well, I guess if you use the oil there, surface tension, it will become burning oil with all the fireworks and fires. I seem to remember there was one Midsummer episode that did take place around Guy Fawkes Night. I'm pretty sure. I don't think that is a kind of thing that the Midsummer folks would have, not used as a setting for an episode. Let me do this here. Yeah. Now, welcome back there, Erin. Of course, Erin, if you want to share your Pinterest link there again, now that you have returned, everybody again, please give Erin Wave a follow. No, I don't think we want to do too much more than that. There's that Pinterest link. Everybody go check that out, please. Go check that out. Where's that thinner? You're hiding around here somewhere. Again, we're just going to drop you there on some of the more persnickety colors that have a tendency to get all sort of gummy there. And again, everybody please give Erin Wife a follow while you are at it. Now we're just going to be breaking this down here. We're starting to really gear up for some lighter highlights, kind of again, like we did here. You can see on the top of the helmet, right? Oh yeah, way lighter highlight on the top of the helmet and such there. So we'll get there. We will get there. We just got to start breaking this down. 50-50, maybe thinner to paint, something like that. Certainly not 40-60 or 60-40 thinner to paint. What do we got here? I think that is thin enough to float. Yep, just about the consistency we were looking for. And now this is where we start doing some of our armor highlights and such. And we're just about to begin our technically our number 4, I guess. It's 2 hours 51 minutes in. Did just a little bit here in our not quite 3 hours already. Little bit of light on the top of that helmet. So yeah, that's getting much more clearly defined here. Some of the helmets is here needed a little more definition. Other ones pretty good, but some did need a little definition. Second here. Try to get a little smidge of the light there, and maybe even on some parts of the face here. We got to do this, the front part of the armor. Not so much that it starts to negate all of the corrosion rust type stuff that we did. But remember, it's stuff like corrosion or rust or whatever, that weathering can get weathered away, so to speak, by just coming into contact with other things. Let's do a little more of this. And there we are, more. Oh, we never did get the light edge on that either. Fine, we'll do that. These guys need some light on them over here. Come on. Well, there are some. Let's look at. There's some rivets there. So again, everybody please give Erin Wave a follow. Erin will be streaming at the usual 7 p.m. Pacific time. More fabulous jewelry. Of course, in addition to all the other ways my schedule gets thrown off, I keep thinking that today is Saturday because, well, I streamed on Wednesday. So this feels like the Saturday day of the stream cycle. No, this is uh, this is still the Friday part of the cycle. But yeah, I'm like, why does it feel like I've already streamed as much as well, because I have. What is it? 2:30, 2:35 in the morning here on a Saturday. And again, it is going to be a huge, colossal day on the college gridiron. My goodness. Now, not all of the individual matchups are super sensational, like, say, Vandy, Texas, or something like that, but given the rate of upsets that we have had, I mean, K State could go in and upset Texas Tech. That could happen. I don't think that BC, well, again, who knows? BC upsets, Notre Dame or something like that. That Ole Miss South Carolina game, that is, you got one angry team, and it's also an SEC conference game. So there's a lot of games that, on the surface, you're looking at like, that's not going to be a good game. Yeah, there's a whole lot of trap. Oh yeah, Ohio State at Penn State, that's a trap. What was it? Oh yeah, the fish guy, right, from Star Wars. It's a trap. Yeah, there's a lot of trap games this weekend. Who's the Ramblin' Wreck playing? Oh, and they're playing NC State. That could be interesting. I know the big concentration is on the late game with the Sooners and the Vols, but I think usually it's those other games that have tended to generate the mayhem this season. So yeah, this it feels like I've already streamed the full allotment of streams this in this cycle, but nope, there's still one more to go. Well, to make it even more confusing, surface tension, there is college football on Friday night. So as I'm sitting there, standing on the porch, doling out again stuff to the undeserving masses or whatever, I was also had North Carolina versus Syracuse on, and of course that every fiber of my being associates that with it being Saturday. And that was around, I don't know, 7 o'clock on Friday. Let me see. Actually, one of the more hilarious costumes I saw was, well, obviously people are going with those inflatable costume type things. And there was somebody with an inflatable Kenny costume. And let's put it this way, it's about as easy to move around in that costume as it was for that character to move around on screen, which was just like shuffling sideways. Yeah, that's pretty much how the person had to walk. It was like shuffling sideways. So okay, can I get to this one now? We'll do, yeah, this now. There were at least, I want to say, I don't know, they were probably maybe 2 years old max. There was at least a couple of 2 or 3 year olds dressed up as Chucky, like with full makeup and everything. There was lots of people taking pictures of themselves with, and of course, yeah, the next door neighbor. And of course, the 2 year old had no idea what was going on. Or however old they were. All I know is that they were small. They, they could have been tiny hobbits. I don't know. They could have been like hobbit kids. I don't know. to, yeah, like that. Now, since if it's going to continue to just be kind of on the cooler side like this, maybe we need to get her work on a Gandalf, probably Gandalf the Gray, because at least then I would have the elven cloak on top of my other cloak, so that would guarantee being warm. Yeah, surface tension. I mean, there was people. They had kids in carts. I mean, it was pretty. In that people they had their dogs with them. Yeah, they had their dogs with them too. So it was sort of like a very brief block party. Yeah, let me work. Yeah, let me get some of the later stuff here on, again on this armor here. Right up in there, and yeah, I might also go back maybe with, yeah. See up here in the helmet, I might go back with some of the dark to restore. There's a couple of chips and stuff in the helmet, at least on this one. Wow, it really is a bunch of them on there. Now, of course, when you've been in the neighborhood this long, generations kind of come and go. I think we're kind of maybe in a generation here where there's also just more kids. Because when I was a kid, there was barely enough to keep the grammar school going. And what was it, about 6 or 7 years ago, they closed down that grammar school because there just wasn't enough bodies there. Now, it'd probably be different now. There might just be enough to maybe repopulate that if they were to reopen it. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of this on the end of that. Also here on the sword again, where the weathering could be weathered away. That happens. Back to my rough. There we go. Fine. We'll chuck a little bit more of our light on the base there. Oh, yep. These guys need some light. A little something more on that bracer. To number 6. So now we're 3 hours, 2 minutes in. We've been working on 6, count 'em, 6 Army of the Dead. So we heard, hopefully you did okay there. I know, and Grand Oracle, same thing. I know both of you said, well, let me see. I got to start doing something here in 4 hours. So hopefully you were able to get just enough sleep to avoid sleep streaming. Because if I do a face down on the stream here, it's like, okay, yeah, I'll hit some brushes on the way down, but yeah, with beating, I think there could be some pointy tools that you end up sticking out of your head. This is another one. We'll come back with some darker stuff on this. Also, too, create kind of the darker bits of the chipping, I think, on the this right here, this piece of armor, which I'm going to say it is armor. Wasn't sure, but we're just going to say that it is. Yeah, I'm thinking area that would most likely leave a distinctive mark behind. One that would be a little bit hard to get rid of. Phthalo green. And some of our browner. Now I gotta start breaking this down, breaking it down. This has got to be in that 30 70 or 70 30 breakdown of thinner to paint. It's not really till you get like in the 80 something percent there. Then you're starting to kind of sneak into pin line wash territory. Here we are definitely not in pin line wash territory. The other thing about phthalo green, it's not quite as, say, thick in consistency as Indian yellow, but it's not super thin, so it's a deceptive thing. It can take a lot of thinner to break that down. Well, this one might break. Actually, I think this one did. I had to re-glue. There was a couple of the weapons I had to glue back on again because some of these guys got knocked around in the interim between when we painted the other ones and then when we finally got to these. Yeah, there was some reattachment. I mean, you might say, well, they are undead. Things fall apart when you're undead. It's kind of goes along with the business there. You know what? How's about we darken this belt here? That helps on a couple of different levels there. All right, let's start pushing back the other direction now with our lighter colors here. Or that this dark. It's not like the darkest dark. If it were just like straight up indigo or something, I guess then it would be. Let's see, move that. Some more of that dark along this edge, I think, and maybe here. Yeah, these guys need a little refining. Maybe some of that in the hair as well. I don't know. Poof, there it is. This is one of those. See, now if we get too crazy here trying to put all the little cracks and such in the helmet here, a lot of this stuff, there'll be so much like this visual frenzy of little lines and everything. You won't be able to tell what's going on there. So sometimes you just gotta say, well, it would be nifty to have all these different things in there. There's just not. It's gonna be too much in too small of a place. Now, of course, surface tension, some might say that's the fun part. The only problem is, right, after a while, you run out of coins. Yeah, I mean, how many eons can you be in there and not run out of coins for the giant ball, pool of ball or skulls there, as it would be the case here? Actually, I tried to print out surface tension some skull piles. I got some, and I printed them out on the FDM printer. What I didn't realize is that they weren't hollow in the sense that you would hollow out something for, say, a resin printer, but they had they had a recessed back. I thought they were flat. So as they were printing, they took hours and hours to print because it had to build like platforms and all kinds of stuff in the interior. I'm like, what the heck is it doing here? This is just supposed to be flat. Well, no, they weren't flat. Yeah, they were not solid. That was a hard lesson learned. Yeah, trying to print out some skull piles. Now, actually, what I might do here is super quick. Oh, geez, hair's got to get darker here. I might refresh the medicine super quick like here. Super quick like, so don't go anywhere. We shall return because we want to finish up our Army of the Dead here. so we can do all of our fabulous videos on them. So don't go away. We shall be right back. Like we promised, we have returned. Ooh, I think we got cut down on the eyes here, the light stuff in the eyes. Too much of that. Cut that down. This needs to be reconstructed a little more up here. I might come back with a little bit more of our really light coat as well. Maybe a couple more on the face there. Or actually, that's the other thing we gotta do is, so some of this where we took like something like the Naples yellow or whatever. Yeah, we might do something like that. Is that okay? Let's do that. Now let me stick with the darker stuff, and then we'll come back again with. We haven't even here. You know what? Let me throw a little bit of something on that Naples yellow so that that does not. Same thing with our white. I gotta keep remembering, Cam, to chuck this stuff out on the palette here. It really does tend to keep these things nice and active. Now we'll have to come back with some middle tone type stuff on some of the faces here too. Come on, there we need some more cuts and scratches and stuff on our sword there. I think we're going to darken down this belt. We did this on one of the other guys. That was pretty successful, and it is here too. Yep. So, oh yeah, I'll ask there is a picture of I think of me with the next door neighbor and the full-on kind of clown costume there. So if I can snag that picture, I'll send that off to folks. That was I don't ever remember the neighborhood as a kid. It almost kind of sounded like one of those, well, Halloween horror movies where all the kids are running around and there's leaves kind of blowing around a little bit and everybody's out trick or treating. That's actually cloth there, is it not? Yes, it is. We'll get, yeah, some dark in there too. Ah, we never did any of the dark underneath this thing. Let's do that too. Maybe a little less with the rust back in here. And, this is another place that might get some more of our mid-tone, I think. Yeah. Dark again on the hair. I'll enhance that edge a little bit more. Yeah, this one got lost a little bit too. Is that here? Can't really tell. Yep, that is a little too much of the, there we go. Do the same over there. And then we'll have to, again, come back with some of our kind of mid-tone for the, well, that's not really skin. That's more just the skull there. Parts of the skull. Alright, a little darker along that edge there. Can't tell. Yeah, that's supposed to be sort of like armor here. So I thought originally this was more just like part of his tunic or something, but that, at least according to what I'm seeing on the front part of it, that looks like it's supposed to be armor, right, Peace Talker? How you doing? So happy Saturday there, Peace Talker. Hopefully Halloween was fun or mellow, depending on what the desire was. And we're having some fun using, again, the exact same paints that we used on this. It's really, really fun to see. Again, we painted this one last time. We're using the exact same paints, exact same colors, except instead of a flat, now it's a full-on miniature. So great to see you there, Peace Talker. More and more and more of those flats. I guess keep producing those, and I think we've already mentioned at least 11, I think, different flats that I still need to make after all the ones that I've made. I was like, okay, I'm missing that. I'm missing this one. Well, I'm missing that one too. So yeah, I maybe have as many as I've made. There's probably another. I've only done maybe 60% of all the ones I need to do. Maybe not even that. Maybe not. Yeah, might even have to do more. Might be more like only 55% done. So yeah, a little bit of Army of the Dead here. Your Oath Breakers. I already have the entire City of the Dead printed out. It looks very much like it did in the movies. That was a monstrous piece of terrain to print out for sure. All right, here we go. Naples yellow. And I'm going to chuck it over here into our phthalo green mix. So now that kind of dulls this down. It's lighter, yeah, but that is kind of a, it's not really a warm color. It's not really a cool color. It is pretty neutral. Pretty neutral. Yeah, let's get it. Now on the shield, there's one of these shields where we really got to get a bunch of this. This one, not a ton. We were pretty good to roll on that no matter what. Again, we got some rust over there. Was it this shield? I think it was. No, it was okay. Probably that next one after this. Although I want to try and do a few little things on the inside of this. Again, some of the folds on the cloth, the strap on the shield, and then there's also a little bit of a sleeve and the bracer to do too. So again, great to see you there, Peace Jogger. Oh yeah, this is the other thing too. We determined that actually is metal, so we need to maybe get a few little edges defined on that. Let's see, what about the hair? A lot of that is dark. Maybe we need to get some light in there too. Maybe some of this kind of stuff. Oh, on the faces, we wanted to do that. Not as light as some of the other stuff we're doing, but just enough. I'm going to go back to this guy here. Yeah. Maybe even a little bit of the lighter green up on top of them, which again is just this semi kind of neutral green. I might actually come back with some more light because this is looking really light for just a mid-tone. So I think that says that there's still some room to go. And I never did put the fast matte weight out. That's probably what I'll grab next. I mean, we are 3.5 hours in after all. So not unreasonable. Usually around hour 3-ish is when the old fast matte weight comes out. Just a tiny little bit of it for, again, some of the lightest of highlights. Yeah, like that. Also here. Ah. Same, again, get this. Right in now. Now, depending on how, yeah, see, that almost looks as light as was there. So that, to me, says that the bringing out the fast matte white again, another little maybe edge on that blade there, doing the similar type thing. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Ah, here's another, ooh, yeah. Here's another place where I at least need this mid-tone. like you do over there. And that can't all just be dark. We need to get some light on that here. Yeah. Now and again, the surface tension really helped a ton with that image to STL. Otherwise, I don't think we would have any flats at all, Camda. Because I mean, I think you pretty much just gave up trying to get GPT to do any of that. I know that recoil is, and otherwise engaged in other things to be worried about there. So I don't think we would have any flats at all if it wasn't for that image to STL.com. Now again, if I knew those other things like Blender, Mixer, whatever, that would be a different story. However, not everybody has those. And that was kind of the whole point of the GPTs doing it, so that, well, that would be a tool that just about everybody could get their hands on. Actually, that it would be a tool that almost already everybody had their hands on, right, Camda? Yeah, most people already have it anyways. It would just be a different way of using it. I wonder, was this the shield that? Yeah, okay, this is the shield. I'm gonna determine I wanted some of this. Whoops. And this is almost kind of a dingy version here of our greens, and we'll let that mix. Can do even a little more mixing here with a blending brush. How's about that? No, not too much there. It's getting to be a little too much of just a whole bunch of light there. Back to this guy. See, we'll have to bring in our Doric and for some of the little chips and whatever things are in the shield. See what we can do with the armor here. Yep, this too, and now see, I want the lighter rust color to be actually lighter than the armor plate itself. That's always kind of a fun thing to do. Whether it's to have the mortar in between some flagstones or even bricks or whatever be lighter than the brick instead of always, the mortar in between the bricks always being darker. Generally, mortar in between the bricks tends to actually be lighter than the bricks, like significantly lighter. Now this is another place I think where middle tones are in order. As a Peace Talker, hopefully you've maybe had a chance to do a little bit of painting of some kind, or at least getting things prepped and ready for painting of some kind as we get some light on the metal part here. Yeah, we need some light in this here. Let's do that. There we go. Now it starts to look a little more like here. It's like some kind of weird sweatshirt or something. Also a few more light middle tones on that armor over there. Looking at the shield here, let me get some more of this on the metal portion, and then we'll fine. We'll throw some more than that lighter stuff on the wooden parts. We have, yep, we don't have any of this on his face. Let's do that here. Got that. I mean, essentially the other cheekbone there. Yeah, there we are. And, ooh, gee whiz, this whole hand has a whole bunch of nothing on there. We gotta do that. There we are. Yep, one more of these with the, oh no, we kind of have a lot of stuff going on with their shield here. I don't know if I need to, whoops, that's way too late. That's fine. Look at that. It's like we got an eraser. It's like it never was there in the first place. We just had a heck of a lot of thinner on the brush. Now we got some of that wiped away, and I think we're good to rock and to roll here. Yeah. That belt can't all just be that dark. Bringing in back in some mid-tone there too. Got some of it now on the, maybe a little bit more on the armor there, and then we've got more of these straps to do here. And this is our last guy to that. Okay, so we will try to do some even lighter highlights here. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? Doji, I think I managed to send you a picture, and that was looking great there too, Doji. Yeah, it looked like you had a fabulous Halloween. That's really good. I know you kind of want it to be special for the little ones, right? Especially early on, you want it to be nice for them. Well, that's good. And of course, Pete Tucker, if you wanted to share any of that in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, Doji, if you want to share anything, fabulous oil painted stuff. Yeah, well, Doji, the bakery run, well, we provided our own bakery run. We made that German chocolate, cherry German chocolate dump cake, basically. Yeah. Now, I have to say, it tasted an awful lot like the red velvet dump cake as well. Red velvet, also chocolate there. But not going to complain. Yeah, but if you want to just share Insta link or something in the chat there, Peace Talker, or a Discord link, whatever. And Doji just shocked at how many designs I still have to make to kind of complete our whole realm of Middle Earth there in flat form. We've cited, I think, at least 11. I mean, I knew I wasn't done, and I knew I had a little ways to go, but it got a little daunting when I'm like, okay, we haven't done this, we haven't done this. We haven't done these 3 other designs either. So yeah, Doji, well, the Shire is awaiting. Here we got all of our fabulous tarot cards right here. And again, the newer ones definitely are a bit different than the original ones because we've just learned a bunch and tried different methods. So here's our two Aoins there. There's our Gandalf, oh, Rivendell. Oh, there's your Shire right there. Yeah, Doji, somehow I think we don't have to worry about prepping for Flat Thursday for maybe, I don't know, a few years. Yeah, Doji, that was the first one that it created, the one that had no primer on it. That was actually the first one. I really liked it, except Dark Queen Galadriel was not supposed to be on the nameplate. That was just supposed to be its description, as far as what it would render. So yeah, that was a little bit of a oopsie there, but it's actually not too shabby because again, for folks that maybe aren't super aware, that little bit of explanation maybe not the worst thing ever. Now there is one advantage to having two different Dark Queen Schmaladriels to paint, Doji. Because what was one of the primary colors in our Dark Queen Schmaladriel army? Oh, that would happen to be a certain cobalt color, right? Yeah, how's about a little bit of cobalt teal, bluish, right? Yeah, that would be that's going to be a part of those flats. I mean, if you're going to have, somebody with the one true ring, you better include something fabulous like say, oh, I don't know, cobalt teal bluish. Yeah, cobalt teal is like the Pluto of colors, right? It's bestest of all. Use you as a blending brush, because that certainly didn't need to be that light, but now it's just a little bit halvesies there. Now I'm gonna grab this guy here. So again, we are 3 hours, 3 hours 37 minutes in, working on six Army of the Dead here. Well, we started out with a dark green primer, no zenithal, none of that, no acrylic paints. A quick, little quick down and dirty dry brushing of some, little bit of the phthalo green and some of our floral green as well. So again, if you want to check out, let's say the beginning part of this episode, there is only one place you can do that. That would be here on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there because the only thing that is for our past sessions here because Twitch declared that you can't put those, can't have any highlights or anything like that anymore. So we had to move that stuff to the YouTube channel. Well, to one of the YouTube channels. The other one, amongst all of other tutorials, that's also going to, at least for now, that is where the Army Showcase videos are going to be. And if you check out the main YouTube channel, you can see the very first one. That's the one with Denethor and the White Tree of Gondor. First of many, many more. I've also got a bunch of Trench Crusade miniatures that I've been prepping for November. Some Cathay stuff also for November. Keep working on get some of these little lighter deals in the armor there. Nice to see you there, Nishlin. Happy Saturday. And hope your Halloween was fabulous too. So yeah, Neshland, it's been fun to see using the exact same paints, the exact same concepts, the flat of the Army of the Dead versus the miniatures. The other. Oh, look at that! See that in the cloak? You can see the warmer and cooler greens, and then in the border here, cooler greens there, warmer greens there. Over here, you can see the warmer greens here, and then look at that cooler greens, just exactly like what we've got working in that image too. So here's hoping everything is going really well there in Ashland. Let me work out some more of this. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna get a little bit more of the light up on these things, maybe. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link there that Peace Talker just shared. Please give Peace Talker some kind words as well. Oh, good grief! There's a big old glob on the end of that brush. That's good. Let's cut that down just a smidge there, shall we? That would have been a monstrous blob of paint there. Didn't need that much. We didn't even need a part of that much. Fine, we'll let that drag over the top of that rust color. Well, we should probably get some kind of edge on that sword. It is interrupted already by some of the chipping and whatever, so... Chainmail here might try to just catch a few extra little lights there in just a couple places, especially since it's supposed to be all like corroded and everything. Hey there, Rico, and everybody say hello to Mom. So hello, Mom. We've all been thinking about you here. And know that it hasn't been a super fun couple of weeks for you there. But here's hoping that you can hear us all, and we've all been rooting for you here for weeks now. And of course, Recoil is try to keep us up to date on what's going on. So again, everybody say hello to Mom in the chat. Now, so Mom, it was quite the Halloween here. I think I sent Recoil. No, I'll send. Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't get a chance to send Recoil some of the pictures of all the goings on here. But yeah, there was lots of people in costumes, not just the kiddies, but also the grown-ups too. Turned out to be quite the party here in Wampleville. It's almost become like an unorganized block party. So, Mom, here's hoping that definitely feeling a whole lot better than you have been. Oh, let me do this. Let me get a little bit of this. So we're doing some more, well, ironically enough, lots of greens here, but also a lot of the floral greens here. Again, thanks for being here too, Inganes. Appreciate that. Now, Inganes, I know that you're working your way back into some streams after all the, well, speaking of youngsters, yeah, Inganes, that would be a lot of trick-or-treating right there with that many youngsters all at once. Hopefully you've kind of recovered from that. So yeah, Recoil, I did some more designs. I did, let's see, we did Isengard, we did an Urukai. Oh, Dunlin. Yes, the Dunlin one. I tried to show it some graphics for this Dunlin shield I was trying to make for the Army Showcase video, and oh my gosh, it did not interpret that well. So Fortunately, it forgot about that, but it created something that I really like for Dunlin. I think that's actually printing out. Well, it's already printed out. They're all sitting on the printer there. So I'll try and again, those will be coming off of the printer tomorrow. So we'll be showing those. We'll be showing those on the stream later today. Actually, not tomorrow. Because yes, there's been a whole extra day of streaming here, which yeah, Recoil it's completely messed up the rhythms here because I keep thinking like this should be the last stream of the stream cycle. It's like nope, there's still one more yet to do today. And then we realized Recoil that there's like a dozen. We pretty much I think we rattled off 11 new flats that I still have to make. Things like the Argonath, Barad-dûr, kind of a specific Sauron one. Mirkwood, haven't done Mirkwood yet, so we need spiders. I'm thinking, oh yeah, and the side panels, lots of spider webs and such. Uh, I think Kathy once tried to do, I think actually her sister wanted a spider. Somebody wanted her to do a tattoo design with her usual Celtic knotwork that had like a spider motif. And somewhere that sketch that she did that is around here somewhere. Recoil, I haven't done anything in Copilot in a while. Actually, everything is doing so. I'm doing so much with these between sky reels and actually, Recoil. I'm spending most of my time in image to STL. That's where I'm spending tons of time because basically I've kind of redone all of them. Recoil, since you had so much more success with the heavier texture on your Space Marines. One, I've been doing that kind of setting that texture level way higher. Oh, cheese and ganes, that's pretty intense. Holy smokes, man, that is that had to be wild. And Rico, I think I don't know if I did send you some of the ones that I did of like Moria and the our Corsairs, but I've also done stuff for Dol Amroth for that video. I need to get these guys going. Yeah, I need to create some images of Army of the Dead. I'm tempted to just kind of use the pictures of these guys so that maybe it makes them a little more realistic, if you know what I mean. Some of the dwarf ones were a bit more cartoony, kind of too illustrative. I was looking. I kept telling it, Rico. I think there is a in the mind of GPT or whatever or Copilot. When we say photorealistic render, I think there's another term we might have to use. Believe it or not, Rico, I keep meaning just to ask GPT, is there some term that I should use? Because it looks like it uses a different term. Now, Rico, I haven't made, height maps. And in Recoil, I tried making that frame. GPT did not understand what a shadow box was at all. I even tried to like take its initial renders, and I'll try to send you the picture. There was one like basically Theoden in the frame. It actually looks really nice in the frame, Recoil. Yeah, so imagine something like this with essentially like a wooden frame around it, and your lettering, your Elvish lettering, like you have on the ring. Yeah, I just don't have the knowledge on how to create something like that now. I'll try to bring all these elements together in oh gosh, what is it? not Cheeto box. The bamboo slicer. That's it. Sorry, recoil words. We're not really doing words. Not a whole lot of sleep. I'm sure you haven't slept a whole bunch either. Like, as in at all. Now, see what we're getting. Wait. First, something there. With that here. And now, these things, yeah, we're going to cut back on some of these lights. Oh, how's about we grab some of this here? That's our oxide green. That might be just a bit too dark. Let me try this. Is this more in between? It is. 3 hours, 50 minutes, and 37 seconds ago. All these Army of the Dead had precisely no paint on them at all. And that's all happened in less than 4 hours on 6 of these guys. There was no zenithal priming or anything of the sort. There was no acrylic anything. It was all just from start to finish, like always, oil paints. I'm looking at this. I'm almost tempted. No, we're not going to put any lighter rust in there. Just about to not going to do that. I think we've gone as light as we dare on those. Some of the spear poles here, we're going to try to, because a lot of that is just the initial dry brushy stuff. That is it on some of these poles here. So let's hit those now as well. Now let me sneak this over here. And then another thing I need to get some stuff on is the back of some of these shields. I think we did this. We did some. I'm going to do a little more here. Maybe a little later. Come on. There we go. Stop there. Now this one. Yep. It needs stuff on the back of the shield, which we can't do now. Like this here. That, well, yeah, we're not going to use that big old clump there. Going to get rid of that. Get that out of there. Yeah, see, here's still some of our original dry brushy stuff up there, too. This is why we're able to do these with, shall we say, some alacrity here. Is because we're not painstakingly layering every darn surface on the figure. Because, well, don't have to do that with the oils. That's why we work with them. They do a whole bunch of extra work that I don't have to do. Now, the other thing they've determined, so our Wolves of Isengard Army Painting Series, not only is that going to be it'll be the first army painting series with the dirty down, but we're also, I think we're going to do the TMM stuff, kind of like what we did with our Urukai. It's not like we haven't had army painting series with, not had them with the TMM before, but I don't think we've actually had a whole lot of army painting series with TMM, which also has a whole bunch of weathering on it and also glow effects, or sorry, blood effects. We'll see if we can get some of the slime slash drool, and then again some of the blood effects going on our Wolves of Isengard army painting series. Was that series 48 now? Yeah. We are hurtling towards series 50, which series 50 is going to be really unique because that is going to utilize figures that I made entirely myself in Eldritch Foundry. So the very first army painting series with figures that, well, basically I made. That is going to be a real fun one for sure. So again, it's hard to reach back in there, but if all I have to do is do this, grab another brush, just push that paint around, now it becomes a whole lot easier to paint in a hard to reach area, but yet also have that critical blending. We didn't do that in here. All right, some of that. Yeah, it's a little bit too. Here we go. That's one way to dirty this here up. How's about getting all that like a phthalo green violet shade? Well, in other words, gray. But it's not that kind of dead gray that happens when you're just taking black and white and mixing them together. That's very much a dead gray. We like grays that actually have a little bit of a color tint to them, whether it's bluish gray, violet gray, greenish gray, all the grays. So see you later there, Doji. We will see you on your Sunday. Yes, one more stream for this stream cycle here. And again, I'm sorry that I didn't have one more video on the Patreon page this month, but since I was streaming on a filming day, well, I was pretty much gonna make that not possible. Nice to see you there, Spotty. Spotty is on a 7 seam streak there. So thanks, Spotty. Appreciate you being here. No, Spotty, I thought you had 7 screes in there. It looks like, oh, you got 5 screes. Okay. Well, thanks for joining. Appreciate that. I wonder. Okay, well, here. All right, now we'll take the lighter radiant violet, mix that with the phthalo green. And that is very much a grayish color, but it has now this like weird violet tinge to it. So see you later there, Doji. I appreciate you being here. Well, we appreciate everybody being here, of course. Where are we at here with this? Yeah, we're going like so. Yeah, more up here. So yeah, I'm hopefully starting to feel a little bit better there. I'm guessing, well, let's see. I'm not sure just how deep into cricket season things are there, but I'm guessing you're going to have cricket to get caught up on there. Not sure kind of if the whole friendlies and test match stage is kind of out of the way, and now it's more the full-on season happening. I'm gonna go even stronger with the violet here. I mean, now it's gonna be almost entirely the kind of that darker radiant violet, and it looks just like gray, but that is a way more interesting gray. It's a gray that's going to stand out from all the green because, well, it's in a way, in a very muted way, you got yourself a red-green contrast. The red being the violet. I mean, is it like Christmas tree red and green? No, it's not. Doesn't have to be. Still a contrast. Nevertheless. And yeah, that's almost just straight up that violet color right there. And that will go on the armor plates here. Yeah, that works. Still here again with our phthalo green violet shade. Ooh, also here this his little sword here that's mostly been broken there needs a little bit of this green here. We got lots of the rust. We have some of the green highlight, but let's get work a little bit of gray into this. Same deal here. Maybe a bit on the. I need to get some dark on his fingers here. Let me change this around here. Let me change this. Back of the shield could also at least some midtones. Yeah, we got dark middle tones. Now we're gonna try to get something a little bit maybe lighter here. And we plop and we smush, and now we just push that around. So that is gonna again create what seems like some kind of blending. It is not really blending. It's wet blending, but not. All we're trying to do is get a little bit of mid-tone in there. Now here, I think we got to go darker. I'm going to take our umber here and some of our coal black. So umber, coal black. Parts of the top of the shield there, maybe? Yeah. Now, fingers there. Also here. We never did that side of his face. We have to kind of get that cheekbone going here. 1 sec. We did this on the left side. We didn't do this on the right side. And I think we'll, again, go into this sort of grayish green violet. Okay, there's one side there. A little touch of that gray on the bottom of that belt. Not too much, though. Alright, let me... you know what? We have to do a little something up here on the top part of that shield. There's just a whole bunch of nothing there. So yeah, Cam did this. What is that? The violet, purple, the not radiant one of that. What is that called? Violet blue. Okay, violet blue. Looks like it has. No, there's no Egyptian violet in there. Well, dioxazine violet. I thought there was, but there is not. I mean, there's a bunch of the Paul Rubens uh, covers that obviously I like. That kind of works its way into a lot of things. Of course, the radiant violet, the more regular radiant violet, that is, oof, there's only like a third of that left, I think, or at least it's almost half gone. And those are 50 mil tubes, so they've seen quite a bit of action there, Camda. Man. Now recoil this is another thing I might do recoil. I know you put a whole bunch of the songs in that Google Drive folder. That's another thing I'm going to try to do. Recoil, start putting the songs in the in a Dropbox folder, and then that way, like Camda, I can just say, "Hey Camda, there's more songs in there," because I know what for whatever reason, Instagram it just doesn't play them right. So yeah, I'll try to get those into the Dropbox folder. Also, there'll be just a separate music folder there. Because at the rate the songs are coming out, actually, it wouldn't hurt for me to have some place where, yeah, Camden. At first it was nothing, right? And then it's like, okay, it gives you the first 3 seconds and stops. And I have no idea why. It will not let me send those in a text message. It says they're too long and they're too much memory. So again, mostly they're gonna go on the YouTubes there. Now, of course, on my computer recoil, no problem. No problem on the computer. On the iPad, guess what? It has a similar problem there, but not on the laptop, not on the computers. Weird. Just a really strange. Not sure what's going on there. They're just regular MP3s or whatever, or MP4. I think that's the music is MP4, or the other way around. Maybe videos are MP4s. I don't know. You're asking me to do words. Words are complex right now. They might be even more complex tomorrow. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm gonna continue here again with that lighter. Again, that almost straight up radiant violet right there. And I thought I could send him in emails. I can send maybe 3 tops, which kind of gets inconvenient anyways, so now here trying to do a little, oh yeah, there's some other armor pieces back in there we haven't really done much on. Let's hit this now. Yep. Oh, now again, the hair, this is pretty much like what we were doing. Oh, guess what? Right here. So same idea there, just like we did, getting some of that kind of violet tone in there. So yeah, Camden, I was just gonna, for various things, right? For the army painting thing, the football team for that tier, I'll send folks a message saying, hey, look, here's the figures that I used in this series. And then for things like, the Eldritch Foundry figs or whatever. So see you later there, Arid. Appreciate you being here. And I hope that you have another blast on stream there, Arid. And again, thank you so much for hanging out. Have a fabulous night's rest there. Well, what you can of it there. I know it's super late. Now, I'm starting to wonder. Now, if I'm going to be doing the water washable oils in the video, I want maybe we've never done a stream with those, so maybe who knows? Maybe we do ourselves something with the water washable oils. Again, it depends what I will be able to manufacture and have ready to rock and roll. Could be a 72 mil. We haven't done one of those in a while, and I actually do have a bunch of those. Now, some of them kind of need to go on bases, I think, but that could be. Don't be surprised if you maybe see something like that. Or against, we got that Trench Crusade stuff that I've been trying to get on bases and prepped and such. Rico, I don't know if you were in here when I said I need to actually start painting up a whole bunch of Hobbit stuff. Hobbits, farm critters, crops. I've got all this stuff that needs to be painted. So there could be a lot of that coming up in November. There might be some Signum figures as well. That was something they wanted me to do in October. I said October is kind of spoken for. Catch a little light on the top of that thing, and then here on this little bit of metal, and can we break up that little highlight line on there? Why? Because I mean the shield's kind of broken up anyways. Gonna try and maybe get a little more wood grain on this bad boy here. A little bit of that much lighter green, and then some of the not radiant violet. I'm gonna try to get me some more light on this upper surface here. And the top part of the inner shield a little more light. And now we'll take this blending brush, just kind of push that stuff around. Yeah, that is an area where we don't want to spend a whole bunch of time. I know some people might even paint that separate and stick it on there. And well, what would probably happen is your light would be not quite matching everything else. There would be some kind of funky, again, some kind of funky lighting issues there, because how do you know exactly where the lighting is going to hit it when it's not on the figure and just paint it separate? That's, I understand it makes it easier for people to get it and the other rationale behind it. Problem is, it's going to be tough to get the right shading on something like that without having something kind of go a little bit astray. Popping in a little more light there. Now, what about you? Here, let me. Again, that's kind of that almost violet greenish type color there. I'm going to say that pretty much is actually a beard on him. Ooh, this hair, a little. Again, back to our radiant violet here to try and get a few highlights. We did, I think, a couple of them. We did a few. Yeah, see that starts to look more like hair now. Again, that was looking like just some kind of weird torn cloth and not a whole lot like hair. It's in like nothing like hair. So that wasn't gonna be too helpful. Let's get the rest of this later. Oh, no hair on him. Now, last deal. We have not done any of our fast matte white here, so we need to do that. Not much of this, just need a teensy little bit. Boy, this Camda, this lasts a heck of a lot longer. And 99 point some percent of all your really lightest light stuff is just the much cheaper Paul Rubens titanium white. So yeah, that's been especially now that the fast matte white is kind of in the doesn't exist anymore phase. Yeah, that's important. So here we got four some really light lights. Like okay, the end of this spear over here. I could swear that I have one other new untouched fast matte white somewhere in here. It's around somewhere. We got kind of a lot of thinner in this, a little bit more than I wanted. Oh, well, looky there. Oh, it's 357 here. All of a sudden, there was a whole bunch of texts coming in from my sister or whatever. I was thinking, well, that is a little weird to get like 5 texts in the middle of the night. But that sister is a very early riser. Now, Camda, the one thing that might be, I think the other reason they use safflower is because it doesn't, they say it doesn't turn as yellow or whatever than the linseed. It could take longer to dry there, Camda, because it just seems like over the years we noticed a trend line where something that is primarily safflower oil is going to take longer to dry, and also might have that, well, I don't want to say the slimy consistency that we talk about where it tends to kind of slide off the miniature. Might be something to keep an eye out for. Again, not necessarily that that's going to happen, but maybe something to look out for. Yeah, let me move on to this next one here. Well, let's get some of this lightest light on the sword. Just a couple of spots on the sword, not everywhere. Yeah, Camda, I don't have any sort of indisputable, like 100% point to evidence there, but other folks seem to notice the same thing. Ryan seemed to notice that. Grundy, back in the day, tended to notice that. So yes, folks, there seemed to be a correlation between safflower oil, longer drying times, and maybe the paint kind of almost has a little bit of sliminess to it. It can be hard to describe sometimes. Morgan and some more. Again, this lightest light here on the hair and just a few areas here. Then on the helmet. Oh yeah, over on this side now. Some up there. Did I do? Nope, not on this side. There's our latest light there, and then maybe again some kind of almost like chipping there. Yeah, a little bit more of our light on the edges of that too. There we are. And yeah, this is going to be really nifty because 6 more Army of the Dead. That really is going to help fill out our Army of the Dead. We had a decent sized one going. I want to say there's 20 some odd figs, but this kind of now puts it into that next category of where all our other armies are, where there's in that 30 plus or so. Again, just trying to do some little chips and dings. I mean, the sword's already broken as it is, so why wouldn't it get a little bit of weathering? It's already broken. Yeah, on the tops of these guys here. We did get some of our mid-range gray in there, and again, that kind of takes it off the green just a teensy bit. Let me see what we can do on the helmet. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of little things we got to clean up here. Yeah, there's nothing going on with that line. Man, helmet is a little bit beat up here. We're going to try to restore a little bit of detail on it. We did this, see, we did it on the front side. Maybe there was a raid or something. Well, see you later there, Recoil. And again, we're all pulling for Mom. We hope that Mom starts to feel a whole bunch better. So thanks, Recoil. Hopefully that was helpful. And we're all thinking about Mom. We want Mom to be doing a whole bunch better. Hopefully that, okay, I think that was his hair. I was doing all this, I'm like, I hope that's his hair and not just more raggedy cloth or whatever. Yep, and now we shall use our lightest light here to try to get some of these edges here, and also in the armor. There's a buckle here that certainly needs some lighter colors or lighter tones. Yeah, we got that. Now, of course, worse comes to worse. Now, if I don't get any of the stuff prepped, as far as miniatures go, we might, who knows, maybe we paint this one up here, because then we would have, again, a nice little contrast here to our regular Galadriel. So yeah, we might paint up this one tomorrow on stream, or maybe that, and well, since I have some Galadriel miniatures to paint, we might be doing that too. I just need I don't want to say stunt doubles or body doubles, but I need a couple of different Galadriels for this upcoming video here. Oh yeah, from Dandelion and Middle Earth. Actually, I believe the Dandelion and Middle Earth just sent a link for Boromir, because we've only painted Boromir and the banner I think 3 times now. No, maybe 4, because there was one that I actually scratch made built myself, and then there was the Printing Goes Ever On version of that. Then I did the the Navarrete Studios one. Yeah, I think I've done at least 3 different Boromir with the white banner of Gondor. We'll leave the hair. We'll leave the hair there. I'm trying to get a little something here on the hand. Armor here. Again, that's a little bit less of the green, a little bit more of that violet. Now, what might be interesting is in another future attempt or something to take some Army of the Dead and mix the interference green and actually make the almost like a TMM effect here on the Army of the Dead. I've actually never done that. It's always been the non-metallic metal on the Army of the Dead, and I've painted now lots of Army of the Dead. Again, one of our first army painting series was Army of the Dead. Now, granted, that's acrylic. Was it Necrons? Yeah, we did a Necron series in oils and another one in acrylics. So there's a few army painting series, well, several, that are actually not oil paint. There's tons of videos on the Patreon page that are also not oil painting. They're just acrylic stuff. And we're still making those. Every single airbrush video, well, that's acrylic. Because not putting oil paints in an airbrush. That's a whole bunch of nope right there. And yes, now we have an airbrush series, and that is one of the next episodes I'll be filming. Upcoming probably this Tuesday or so. Yeah, I'll be filming basically we'll be testing out some masking mediums on terrain to see if that helps to paint the terrain any faster than some of the stuff we're doing, where we don't need a lot of precision, where the camera is going to be really looking close at it. So some of this will be for terrain pieces where we are not looking close in with the camera, or the lighting is going to be so dark that you might almost not be able to tell if it was painted or not, much less with super detail painting. Let me get here's some of our phthalo green down in here. Yeah, that's just right there. That's still the original dry brush stuff there. Let's enhance that a little bit here with this. Some more over here. And some more. Got my not fast matte white up there. It's still just the, having that thinner just sitting on this cam tip, boy, what a difference that makes. I just have to start remember to do that more and more and more. Yeah. Okay. Now to the other side here. So these were 3D printed from Papel 3D, and the bases actually are also, I think all of the bases are also from Papel 3D. Now again, normally I do my own bases, but time was of the essence here, and since they already have those, I just like, okay, fine, we'll just use the bases that he made, and they work out pretty well. Again, they're relatively simple, just kind of a stone type of a texture. Nothing terribly complex, but then what was I going to do? Mostly a stone texture with, I would have probably thrown some extra skulls and such on the base, but there was no time for that here. It was just kind of get them on the bases, slap that primer on them, and just get them ready to rock and roll. That is steel too. Well, now that is even more of a dingy, dingy green there. I mean, that's okay. Here, let me get some of that out of the brush here, though. Yeah, let me try a little bit more of the like right along this edge here. Now the voice is starting to go a little bit because, well, been in conversation all day long, and we got ourselves a video to film in just a matter of, well, as soon as we're done here. Well, and then we got another stream to do today because, why not? Let's do it all. And again, not quite sure what it is. We'll be painting tomorrow. I think it most likely will be some kind of 72 mil thing or something. Something that is just already just waiting to be painted. Now we got lots of those things. Or a bust. Could be that too. What are we at? Fine, I'll keep going with this later stuff here. Because, well, looky there. We've been doing this for 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Look at that. 4.5 hours. Let us do a bit of a review here. I'm actually going to zoom out a bit so it's easier to see because we got, again, 6 of these guys. So there's 3, there's 4, there is 5, and there is 6. Now let me see if we can get these things where you can see them. We'll do 3 at a timer. So there's 3 of our guys, and now let's grab the other 3 over here. There we are. So all 6 of these guys in 4 hours 32 minutes. So I want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all of the moderations. That is appreciated. Thanks for all the bits and the subs, the follows, the cheers, the raids. We also had a generous contribution there too. So we appreciate that. And again, we'll be right back at this again, just a matter of hours from now. Not that many hours either. So we're going to get our raid countdown underway here to Zelica. So thanks Armored Wolf, thanks Kanda, and thanks Inganis. Appreciate you being here. And well, best of luck with all the little ones there, Inganis. That is a much harder job than what we got here. So thanks again, and I will see everybody later today. See you later, Camda. See you later, Peace Talker.